yesterday, when President Museveni was giving his speech as the new chairperson of the non-aligned movement, I was seated with Oliver and we were thinking, whoever wrote this speech must be someone in a bit of our generation, because the choice of words were not anywhere close to having some peace in there, because they were not, he was not amused with anyone that wants to joke around with our sovereignty as a country, our ideologies as a country, our principles as a country, our values. And I believe his message was very well put out there. We'll be having more on the discussion, right? Indeed. And of course, for the viewers out there, you can stick around because we have so much to bring to you. Let me get to Robert Chirabonyonyintono. Good morning, Robert. How are you doing this Saturday?
I'm very fine. Why not be fine with a speech that His Excellency had? And one thing I took home, he was calling upon countries in the non-aligned movement to unite and fight any form of imperialism. Now, of course, there were hard words and to a certain extent, but I must say I have all reasons. Because really, why would someone think he has their home, you have your home, and should dictate terms and conditions on how you run your home? I love the phrase, if you're democratic, you know, why then don't you respect other people's way? But also, the other reason why I'm happy is we've so far pulled it off very well. You know, having a number of over 13 presidents in your country is not a joke. You know, security-wise, having all these guests, over 4,000 guests in the country, and there isn't anything that is not going well so far. You've not had maybe a delegate stranded somewhere, not being picked, or vehicles lacking. You know, those things that sometimes media points out that are not moving very well. So I'm happy that Uganda so far is pulling it off very, very well, and anxious and eager to get to know what will finally come out of the Kampala Declaration.
Well, why not? The anxiety is everywhere. Let me get to Olive Monica Najuma. I need to check out to see how her morning is, and also what has been her peak out or her major highlight as of yesterday, before we go deeper into the first 5 days of the non-aligned movement summit. But I need to know, what has been her peak out points? Good morning, Monica.
Good morning, Stonko. I'm hoping you're feeling well today.
I am doing fantastic, I should say.
Well, you also look fantastic. I love the suit.
All right,
I think that's called the American suit.
the double blessed.
Yes, and
double breast.
Yeah, but for me, this is a beautiful day. And when I was driving to work this morning, I realized that on Saturday morning there is more traffic, oncoming traffic, than the traffic going to town.
And that is around 5 in the morning.
Exactly.
Not like, in the evening, but 5 in the morning.
Thank you so much. And when I was sharing with Chantal, she was like, "You people studied the wrong profession," because some of us have to be here this morning to usher into your weekend. Nightlife.
Our guests must not miss the nightlife.
They must. Actually, it is a big tourist attraction when it comes to Uganda. We have the best nightlife in East Africa. Now, our brothers in Kenya have a good nightlife, but it can't compare. So you must, before you leave the country, you must explore Uganda. You must get, a feel of what we do in the night.
Kenyans have a limit. Ugandans don't.
But for me, what stood out for me during the non-aligned movement as we close it today was the president's speech. Honestly speaking, I don't think there is a speech I have enjoyed and loved like the speech the president gave yesterday. And I liked the part where he called upon member states and other states outside of the non-aligned movement, asking them to stay away or go away from unilateral ideologies and embrace multilateral ideologies. Because he said, you cannot be one country and decide what other countries must adopt. You cannot decide what norms other countries must live by in their own countries, yet they are all sovereign countries. For me, that stood out.
Well, and of course, as we're speaking matters of what stood out in our news this morning from the local scene, you get to realize our very first report is coming in from the fact that we had over 12 heads of state and governments that were in Uganda for the 19th non-aligned movement. What do you think of that, Olive, as well?
Well, first of all, being able to host all these heads of state in our country. Actually, some of them have not been mentioned because they preferred, for security reasons, They preferred not to be mentioned that they are jetting in. So we have more than has been put in the media. But for me, having all these summits and having all these delegates and all these heads of state jetting into our country has cemented Uganda as a peaceful and secure country. You see, in the past, I remember when I was around 12, my dad wanted to get me my first passport, and he showed me his. And at the time, the passport, the Ugandan passport, said you can travel to all countries except South Africa. Around that time, there was still apartheid. It was not safe for black people to travel to South Africa. What am I saying? Today, we have countries like Uganda that are very secure. You can have all these summits, and you have presidents, vice presidents, foreign ministers coming into this country, and we have not had any eventuality. We have not had anything threaten our peace and security. And of course, now I know that for the guests that have been here and they have seen the beauty that is Uganda, they will now come back for either investment or to explore Uganda. And that stands out because now we will be attracting more foreign currency
And not to
into our
forget
country.
that as NAM was going on, even we had a meeting of spouses.
Oh, yes.
Don't forget that. A meeting of spouses, and they also had a holy munyonyo, then later, and events are still going on. Actually, today, they're going to be visiting the Mulago Specialized Hospital. The spouses of these presidents, the delegates. It's another big conference, I must say, and Her Excellency and our First Lady, the First Lady of Uganda, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, hosted them, and of course she's leading that as well. Treated them also, they had a lot of fun around, a dinner as well. There's a very
So the
interesting...
spouses were getting
So
to
there
know
was
each
a
other.
boys' night out and a girls' night out.
That's a better way to
And
put
yeah,
it.
there was a documentary talking about Uganda, achievements, the opportunities, and the First Lady encouraged them to see how best they can move women empowerment, first and foremost, within the NAM, but also other developmental issues.
And well, of course, Olive, if you're to look at our very first report, what are some of the heads of state that made their way to Uganda for the non-aligned movement?
Well, we had heads of state from different countries within East Africa, but also around the world. And of course, among these, we had President William Ruto of Kenya jetting, President Salva Kiir of South Sudan, and Hassan Sheikh Mohamud of Somalia, and Evariste Ndayishimiye of Burundi also was in the country. But also we had President Ismail Omar Gweli of Djibouti, and also the chairman of Intergovernmental Authority on Development, that is IGAD, because that was also another meeting on the sidelines of the non-aligned movement that was taking place in the country. So he also jetted into the country. We had Zimbabwe's President Emerson Mnangagwa, and of course we had Equatorial Guinea's Teodoro Obiang Nguema and Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana. And we had the president of the Central African Republic jet into the country as well. And we had Eric Mogwesi Masisi of Botswana also come to Uganda. These are all African presidents. And among them also Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, President of New Caledonia Louis Mappo also was in the country, and the President of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Her Excellency Zeljika, was also in the country, plus President of Sri Lanka, Ranil, and 3 other heads of state and governments are also expected to attend the G77 plus China summit, which starts tomorrow, 21st January.
Well, of course, that particular one will be running from the 21st to the 23rd of January 2024. Amongst which, like Monica's mentioned, 3 of those heads of state will be attending it, because yesterday we did see presidents like William Ruto leaving the country immediately after the 19th meeting of the heads of state and government. Not only him, but amongst others, of course, who did leave the country immediately simply because they do have other businesses to attend to in relation to diplomatic or their presidential duties as well. Of course, furthermore, Chirabo, looking at President Museveni's non-aligned movement speech, something that you've highly admired as we kick-started off our discussion. What are the takeout points from that?
Well, first, I love the rich history the president talked about, giving us the genesis of why NAM was formed, and also talking about 500 years where these colonial powers were causing havoc on other countries, but then it only took 82 years for the people he called freedom fighters of different generations, second, third generation, but they were able to ensure that almost the entire Africa was then had attained its independence. So that was one of the highlights, the rich history, as a person who loves history so much. But also then when he emphasized, actually the president's speech of yesterday, if you to round it off, it was more a call to resist and fight against imperialism. Because most of the times he was alluding to the fact that, you see, we cannot continue seeing certain things happen the way they are happening. We must galvanize, we must bring efforts together and ensure that we resist this. But also looking at the abilities that we have as countries under the NAM. If we work together, the abilities we have to address our challenges. Of course, he ended with calling for unity, cooperation and solidarity for us to be able to achieve Africa or member states' priorities under the NAM.
And well, of course, President Museveni further maintained his stance that the world should concentrate on addressing common human problems. This was through trade, the advancement of science and technology to tackle human issues. But not only that, the environmental concerns, that means he was speaking matters climate change, crime, terrorism. He further emphasized on the need to respect fundamental human rights and, of course, the sovereignty of territorial integrity to all the other member nations of the non-aligned movement. Of course, these are remarks that were made after he assumed leadership as the chairman of the non-aligned movement, and he addressed the 42nd extraordinary session of the non-aligned movement assembly of the heads of state and the government, no, rather the 42nd extraordinary session of IGAD. That was on Thursday night before addressing yesterday the non-aligned movement. Now, speaking to the dignitaries and the fellow heads of state yesterday, President traced the movement's roots to the anti-colonial struggles of the early 1960s. He lauded the Bandung principles on top of that, emphasizing respect for sovereignty, equality of nations, and the peaceful resolutions of conflict. And then still further, as we are moving with our local news, I'll go back to Olive here, looking at the Azerbaijan representative, or the foreign minister of Azerbaijan. What were some of the highlights from his speech?
Speaking of the foreign minister of Azerbaijan, it's important to also note that before President Museveni took the mantle to be the chairman of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, or the Non-Aligned Movement, before that, Azerbaijan had taken up the mantle and had been in that position since 2019. And I think because of COVID-19, we were not able to have a switch. But now we did. Uganda is in the driving seat for the next few years till 2027, when we will be handing over to the next country. So as he handed over the chair of the non-aligned movement to Uganda, Azerbaijan assumed the chairmanship in 2019. Said before handing over to Uganda's President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Azerbaijan's foreign minister said, President, as he represented his president, he called on Uganda to strengthen unity among NAM member states. And unity is one of the key points that have been brought to the fore during the non-aligned movement, because in the president's speech, that is President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and even as other member states were addressing fellow presidents and heads of state, they all in unison talked about unity, that we need to work together, have a collective voice to have some of the issues affecting us worked on, or to get a hearing at some organizations like the United Nations. So he said there needs to be unity, and also he said that the Republic of Azerbaijan became a member of the non-aligned movement in 2011, and later on in 2019 became the official chair of the movement. And then he said the transition of the non-aligned movement chairperson was historic and symbolic, a historic and symbolic handover of chairmanship to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of Uganda. And Uganda has taken over the new chairmanship of the non-aligned movement from Azerbaijan's president. So we are yet to see what Uganda is going to do with this mantle in the next 3 years, and what difference it's going to make, because as we know, the last document, as he was after he had been elected chair, Uganda's permanent representative to the United Nations, he asked his fellow delegates not to open the Baku document. But now, with the Kampala document being declared, we are waiting to see what that stands for and what Uganda is going to do in the next few years.
All right, and indeed, we shall be waiting to see what is coming out from the Kampala declaration there, because the summit officially ends today on the 20th of January 2024. Chirabo, what else do we have from our local news this morning?
Well, we had also the Vice President of the Republic of Cuba, that is His Excellency Salva Messe, who came out and called first for unity amongst NAM member countries if they are to push for defense and also the priorities of their country. He was so very vocal on the issue of Israel and Palestine, where he said that it is time that they unite together and save the situation in Gaza. He said it is unjust and extremely discriminative to the people there, reaffirming also Cuba's strong commitment in ensuring that there is peace and priorities for the people in these states. So the issue of Palestine is one of the things that Cuba re-echoed seriously, and also urging these countries that if they are to push for the aspirations and defend their people, then they can only do this when they're united in solidarity.
And while away from our local news, we also gathered some international news stories for you, of which Chantal Oliver Candenda will take the way.
Well, taking a look at what is happening internationally, we all do know that where there is war or any disruption, definitely there is effects, not just those that we see, but even those that are long-term. And according to the UN Women's Agency Executive Director, that is Sima Bahous, she warns of generational trauma on Palestinians as figures show 2 mothers killed every hour in Israel's war on Gaza. And according to a US official, that is John Kirby, he says there is no evidence of deliberate Israeli war crimes after Mexico and Chile request investigation from the International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court on Israel's actions on Gaza. And for a moment you would, Sonko, for a moment you would think, you would say that this is a genuine concern. And I think among the effects of the war that we had seen, we can talk about displacement of people, we can talk about a refugee influx, we can talk about deaths, of course, we can talk about families being separated, we can talk about property being lost, and overall destabilization. But then it's very important to note that there is going to definitely be generational trauma, and that is going to go on for quite some time, unless there is, of course, something that is done to ensure that these kids who are growing up and some of the women who are still alive get to find some help.
I think it brings us back to the days of is it Hiroshima and Nagasaki,
yes.
Days of Japan, where the trauma is still alive, or is even, when you look at most of the grandchildren of those of the deceased are still facing some of the side effects of the same.
Yes.
So it's something that you do not wish for any country, and that is why the Palestinian delegation further brought this particular issue to desk during this week of the non-aligned movement.
And well, according to the UN report says Israel approved only 7 of 29 humanitarian aid missions to the northern Gaza Strip, and that is in the first half of January, and denied 95% of fuel and medicine delivery attempts to the area. Now, UN human rights officials human rights official says he met men who were detained, beaten and blindfolded by Israeli forces in Gaza. Well, please do note that as of now, we have 24,762 people who have been killed, and also we have 62,108 wounded in Israeli attacks on Gaza since the October 7th. And I think it's high time we really looked at how this war is going to end.
Indeed.
And still speaking matters war, there is also earlier this week we saw drone and missile fights between Pakistan and Iran, and Pakistan and Iran agreed to de-escalate the tensions, and that was after exchange of missile and drone attacks this week that raised fear of further instability in the region. So we are not just looking at Israel and Palestine. We are looking at Pakistan and Iran also having their go at it, if I may put it like that. But Pakistan's foreign minister, that is Jalil Abbas Jilani, and the foreign minister of Iran, that is Hussein Amir, spoke via phone yesterday, and Pakistan's foreign ministry, of course, had to put out a statement. The two foreign ministers agreed that working level cooperation and close coordination on counter-terrorism and other aspects of mutual concern should be strengthened. They also agreed to de-escalate the situation, the statement read. Now, the return of ambassadors of the two countries to their respective capitals was also discussed. And on Tuesday night, Iran carried out a missile and drone attack against the armed group, what they call Jaish al-Adl, in Pakistan's southwestern border province. Pakistan in turn struck armed group targets inside Iran on Thursday, just this very week. So as you can see, as we are trying to advocate for Israel and Palestine, we also have to look at Pakistan and Iran. But I'm hoping that with this conversation on the phone and these arguments to de-escalate, at least for this war, we are seeing that there is hope for a ceasefire and for peace to prevail going forward.
And well, of course, dialogue and open talks, very vital for peace to prevail if you're to look at things. And even during the 42nd extraordinary session of IGAD, you do realize President Museveni was calling for the same amongst the tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia as well. Also the Sudan issue, whereby he did, caution or urge the member countries to ensure that the dialogue is something that they should prioritize, because certain things need peace to actually come and prevail so that the storm can calm down a little bit.
Right, and of course in other stories we are going down to South Africa. Not very good news, as the South African government has said it will challenge the auctioning of dozens of artifacts belonging to the nation's anti-apartheid stalwart Nelson Mandela, saying the items are of historical significance and they should be preserved in the country. Now, the detail is the daughter of the late Nelson Mandela, in conjunction with New York-based auctioneers, they are deciding that they will be selling about 75 items belonging to Mandela, the country's first democratically elected president. And this is supposed to be happening on the 22nd of February. But the South African government says, no, this is not allowed, and this is, you are infringing when it comes to the culture of our country. And former president of South Africa, that is Nelson Mandela, is integral to South Africa's heritage. That is according to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Zizi Kodwa, in a statement saying, and of course says it is important that we ensure that his life's work and experiences remain in the country for generations to come. Do note that President Nelson Mandela, the former, died in 2013. And also, I think what makes it, not I think, I know what makes it even more pronounced is the fact that he spent 27 years in prison for the sake of the South Africans fighting apartheid rule. And one morning someone is waking up and they're trying to bury that history and auction 75 items that belonged to him. And the unfortunate bit is that one of the people involved in this transaction is his daughter, his own daughter, that is Makaziwe Mandela. I would love to know the detail of why she's choosing such a path. I don't think she's broke and she wants to get some money.
Money will always be the reason why people do the things they do. But I like that the South African government is actually coming in to hold the sale of these artifacts. Because honestly, when you visit countries in Europe, let's say Italy, Spain, France, you're going, first of all, they have preserved their history.
Yes, their
you're
heritage.
going, thank you so much. You're going to see buildings that were constructed, let's say, in the 15th century, in the 18th century. They have artifacts that are in their museums.
And they are protected.
And they are protected.
Yes.
So why are we selling the things that are crucial and important, integral, like the minister said, to the country? I commend.
Well, I think I look at
minister.
things differently. These items belong to Nelson Mandela.
As a person,
As
yes.
a person.
Yes.
Now, if the daughter wants to sell them, government can buy these and have them in the museum or wherever they want to be protected.
That's also a nice way to look at it.
Because we've seen government of Uganda buy land from people who have so much land and they have squatters on. So what government does, it buys that land, gives these people land titles to protect the people from not loitering around. So the South African government, rather than going to court, we may assume that this woman has money, but maybe in one way that she's not doing fine. And these are some of the things that she believes the father left behind, and she can get money.
But
you know, it
also
is the worst part of being African, the fact that we wash away our history so easily with money. And yet the countries that we admire so much, when you go to the West, when you go to Europe, most of their museums are rich with their history. They never sell out things that talk about their heritage. And it's something that we should be proud of. Sadly, we always look out at the money part of it.
And it's
when
not
it comes
only
to-
it's not only the museums. There are families that have kept, let's say, paintings and their family heirlooms. When, let's say, Chirabo is getting married and it is passed over to him, you've seen people hold on to rings.
Yes.
Of this was what my great-grandfather proposed to, used to propose to my great-grandmother with, you get. But here we like to sell things off. We need to embrace the idea of keeping history, family history, country history. But Robert has a point. If the government doesn't want these artifacts to get out of South Africa, they might as well look into buying
Because
them.
why, if Mandela, look, a watch, if Mandela's daughter says this we can sell for good money, and then why not say, let's buy this, keep it?
I've been trying to get more information on the same. So according to the late Nelson Mandela's eldest daughter, she says she is selling and she's auctioning these items to finance a memorial garden honoring Mr. Mandela, who dedicated almost all his life to emancipating South Africa from white minority rule. And that's the major reason as to why she's doing this. Please do note that this battle has been ongoing since 2021.
Well,
And according to a court ruling, it's most probably that she is the one that is going to be, it is in her favor. Because one, the items belong to
her father.
her family, her father. And I think I now agree with Chirabo that
Yes,
if
the government should
of
come
South
out and
Africa
buy.
wants these artifacts, then they should purchase them and preserve them. Short of that, but then what hurts me at this moment is that they are being auctioned by a New York firm. If they were being auctioned in South Africa, you would feel like they're staying in the region.
Do you know
But
why they're being auctioned by a New York firm?
because they understand
Thank
the
you.
value they hold.
Yes.
But my problem right now is I'm probably being biased. I'm looking at it from the angle of some of these countries are the ones that were, how can I call it, discriminating the South Africans and causing all the havoc that led Mandela to prison and to suffering for all those years. And they are the same individuals coming to buy the artifacts, how...
Okay.
I'm looking for
I
the
think
best
they've
word to use.
seen the value of it in the monetary terms, and it's something that they are so wise, if you're to ask me, because for them they're looking at the bigger picture. They know now if the South African students want to see or to read about or to find some of the remains, or let's say some of the things that the late Nelson Mandela left, they'll take a flight to the US or to New York, wherever that will definitely be, and then for them they will be getting money, something South Africa or the South African government has not deeply looked into.
Also, Jerome Paul, I would like you to look into the fact that in the world of art, there are people who just, for lack of a better word, are called collectors.
Collectors, yes.
So someone, when this New York museum buys these artifacts, most likely they are going to also auction them so that collectors can now have them. You see how someone will have, let's say, a Van Gogh, or they have a shirt of Mandela, and it is something they like to show off when they host. So they're not also going to keep them. They might keep some. I see some of the artifacts are his shirts, and I think some of them are his portraits and whatnot. And someone out there will proudly show off in their private residency that I have this shirt. Or Mandela wore this shirt when he was coming out of Robben Island.
Oh yes, I was looking at some of the items that are going to be auctioned. There is what we call a lighthouse that was created. It's a piece of art that was created by Mr. Mandela. There is also a blanket that evokes the U.S. flag, which was given to Mr. Mandela by President Barack Obama and his wife Michelle. And also there is one piece that has really caught my attention. But before that, there is Mr. Mandela's identification book, which he received after his release from prison in 1993. And then there is the most important, okay, not most important, but one that has stood out for me. The item is a Madiba shirt, once worn by Mr. Mandela. I would definitely love to have this.
You see?
Well, of course, the South Africans do call him the Madiba, Nelson Mandela Madiba.
And actually, that shirt really influenced dress code.
A lot. I think even up to today, some
and even
Africans...
up to today, many want to dress to many shirts of that similar.
And well, of course, now you get to
African
realize the US collectors will be proud to have that in their stores, or I would say in their own collections. But besides that, now let's take our focus to the press review this morning for this Saturday news headlines. And we start off with the weekend vision from the New Vision. The headline is Act Right, Act Fast. Museveni advises NAM, a pictorial of him receiving the chairmanship officially or formally from the foreign minister of Azerbaijan, who was representing the president of Azerbaijan. Then you can look at the top 100 celebs of 2023. Read about those from the Weekend Vision today. Then in People, 1 man, 10 wives and 102 children. What a legend, if you ask me. You can read about him in today's Vision. Then in the Spotlight, why 200 members of parliament are fighting over 3 jobs. Who are those members of parliament? Read about them in the New Vision. Better yet, which jobs are those that the 200 are fighting for, yet there are only 3. Then in Investigation, Uganda's drug crisis continues to deepen. Then Focus, special 8-page on the non-aligned movement and the G77 section, still in today's New Vision. Then there are over 200,000 opportunities for the market needs. The new year is just here, so you can quickly grab yourself something and see how you could go along with that. Then let's look at the Saturday Monitor in today's press review. Kampala Summit calls for global consensus, a pictorial of the heads of delegation and heads of state who attended the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement. Then you look at the other news, UPE schools drown in a sea of problems. Then also lawsuits, expired drugs leave the NMS on its knees. Read about that in today's Saturday Monitor. The Lizard says, who should we blame it on as UPE and schools drown in sea of problems? Then also we look at the major takeaway. The week-long deliberations at the NAM Summit culminate in more than a dozen of heads of state and government calling for an immediate ceasefire of Israel's war on Gaza and the implementation of a two-state solution. Then also in the other news, more children under 10 targeted by pedophiles. Very alarming report. Then you can read about Full Woman in the magazine. Who are the women officiating at the African Cup of Nations of 2023 in Cote d'Ivoire, pictorial of the famous Rwandese referee, or the famous female Rwandese referee, is at the top page of the Daily Monitor. Then in the Seeds of Gold, you can read about the management of agrochemicals. Then let's cross the borders to Kenya's Saturday Nation. Grade 6 results and confusion. Read about it. Then what's next for Ruto's health plan after court win? A leg of victory. Saturday Nation highlights more of that. Now, anniversary. Not yet Uhuru for the Kenya Jaramogi wanted 30 years after his death. Then also, from fatherless to fearless, inside the magazine, you can read about 3 women whose fathers left with when they were still young, who write heartfelt letters they may never send and are asking intriguing questions. Then also, murder probe, a witch hunt, says Mwangaza as brother and aide face charges. That is within the Saturday Nation. But also, giant killers, Cape Verde storm African Cup of Nations round of 16 following that victory yesterday. That saw them become the first country to make it to the round of 16 in this edition of the AFCON. Then later on, Senegal followed suit. Well, that is what we do have for you. So in regards to the news, both locally and internationally, and also from our press review. But as of now, as we take a break, we'll leave you with a Saturday inspirational song, which is coming in from Senati, I Know Who I Am.
Chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am.
Are as excited as we are for one, what is going to come out of everything that has to do with NAM and the G77 summit. And yesterday, when President Museveni was giving his speech as the new chairperson of the non-aligned movement, I was seated with Oliver and we were thinking, whoever wrote this speech must be someone in a bit of our generation, because the choice of words were not anywhere close to having some peace in there, because they were not, he was not amused with anyone that wants to joke around with our sovereignty as a country, our ideologies as a country, our principles as a country, our values. And I believe his message was very well put out there. We'll be having more on the discussion, right?
Indeed. And of course, for the viewers out there, you can stick around because we have so much to bring to you. Let me get to Robert Chirabanyonyintono. Good morning, Robert. How are you doing this Saturday?
I'm very fine. Why not be fine with a speech that His Excellency had? And one thing I took home, he was calling upon countries in the non-allied movement to unite and fight any form of imperialism. Now, of course, there were hard words and to a certain extent, but I must say I have all reasons. Because why would someone think he has their home, you have your home, and should dictate terms and conditions on how you run your home? I love the phrase, if you're democratic, you know, why then don't you respect other people's way? But also, the other reason why I'm happy is we've so far pulled it off very well. You know, having a number of over 13 presidents in your country is not a joke. You know, security-wise, having all these guests, over 4,000 guests in the country, and there isn't anything that is not going well so far. You've not had maybe a delegate stranded somewhere, not being picked, or vehicles lacking. You know, those things that sometimes media points out that are not moving very well. So I'm happy that Uganda so far is pulling it off very, very well, and anxious and eager to get to know what will finally come out of the Kampala Declaration.
Well, why not? The anxiety is everywhere. Let me get to Olive Monica Najuma. I need to check out to see how her morning is, and also what has been her peak out or her major highlight as of yesterday, before we go deeper into the first 5 days of the Nana Light Movement Summit. But I need to know, what has been her peak out points? Good morning, Monica.
Good morning, Sonko. I'm hoping you're feeling well today.
I am doing fantastic, I should say.
Well, you also look fantastic. I love the suit.
All right,
I think that's called
much.
the American suit.
the double blessed.
Yes, and
double
yeah,
breast.
yeah. But for me, this is a beautiful day. And when I was driving to work this morning, I realized that on Saturday morning there is more traffic, oncoming traffic, than the traffic going to
and
town.
meanwhile, that is at around 5 in the morning.
Exactly.
Not
I'm
in
like,
the evening, but 5 in the morning.
Thank you so much. And when I was sharing with Chantal, she was like, you people studied the wrong profession. Because some of us have to be here this morning to usher into your weekend. Nightlife.
Our guests must not miss the nightlife
They
of
must.
Kampala.
Actually, it is a big tourist attraction when it comes to Uganda. We have the best nightlife in East Africa. Now, our brothers in Kenya have a good nightlife, but it can't compare. So you must, before you leave the country, you must explore Uganda. You must get, a feel of what we do in the
Kenyans
night.
have a limit. Ugandans don't.
But for me, what
Happiest
stood
people
out
in
for
East
me
Africa.
during the non-aligned movement, as we close it today, was the president's speech. Honestly speaking, I don't think there is a speech I have enjoyed and loved like the speech the president gave yesterday. And I liked the part where he called upon member states and other states outside of the non-aligned movement, asking them to stay away or go away from unilateral ideologies and embrace multilateral ideologies. Because he said, you cannot be one country and decide what other countries must adopt. You cannot decide what norms other countries must live by in their own countries, yet they are all sovereign countries. For me, that stood out.
Well, and of course, as we're speaking matters of what stood out in our news this morning from the local scene, you get to realize our very first report is coming in from the fact that we had over 12 heads of state and governments that were in Uganda for the 19th non-aligned movement. What do you think of that, Olive, as well?
Well, first of all, being able to host all these heads of state in our country. Actually, some of them have not been mentioned because they preferred, for security reasons, they preferred not to be mentioned that they are jetting in. So we have more than has been put in the media. But for me, having all these summits and having all these delegates and all these heads of state jetting into our country has cemented Uganda as a peaceful and secure country. You see, in the past, I remember when I was around 12, my dad...
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
All right, we'll be back from the break, and many thanks for sticking around to Good Morning Uganda and to our extended broadcast further into the weekend to ensure that you get up to speed with whatever is happening across the Nana Light Movement Summit. It's a Saturday, and of course day 6 of the Nana Light Movement and the final day of the Nana Light Movement, which was slated to start from the 17th till where we are at this particular time of the 20th of January. And of course, rather from the 15th to the 20th of January, as we are here to ensure that we give you whatever happened and transpired away from that. But also, as we dive into our conversations this morning on the Nana Light Movement Summit 2024, just to quickly remind you, after following the death of the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, government has released, or the Parliament of Uganda has released, the official funeral program for the district woman representative of Dokolo. And on your screen, as you can see, you'll get to see that on Sunday, the 21st of January, which will be tomorrow, the body will be arriving at Entebbe aboard the Emirates at 10 minutes past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and will be received by the Right Honourable Speaker to Parliament and her family. The body will depart from Lago Hospital and thereafter to A+ Funeral Home. Then on Monday, the body will depart as the A+ Funeral Home at 8 a.m. and will be received at Parliament at 9 a.m. for viewing and a special seating at noon to pay tribute. Thereafter, the body leaves for her home in Bugolobi, Kampala, for a vigil. Then on Tuesday, the body will depart her residence in Bugolobi to All Saints Cathedral, Nakasero, for a funeral service at 9 o'clock in the morning, and thereafter to Dokolo via Soroti for a vigil at Odok Sub-County, Dokolo District. And of course, on Wednesday, body will depart Adok for a joint council seating at Dokolo District Headquarters from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and thereafter proceed to Lira City for a vigil. On Thursday, the body departs the Lira City residency for a church service at St. Augustine Cathedral, Ba Ogole, at 9 a.m. in there, and then thereafter leaves for St. Paul Church. That is Alito at Dianconary and Kole District for a service at 3 p.m. Thereafter, the body leaves for home in Dongo Gudu Cell, Alito Town Council, Kole District for the vigil. Then Friday, the 26th of January, church service at her home in Alito at 10 a.m. and viewing of the body. Then on Saturday, the 27th of January 2024, burial program will commence at exactly 9 a.m. So throughout the program, for those who will definitely want to pay their last respects to the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, that is the order of program that you'll definitely follow. For those within the capital, you will definitely be able to join the vigil that will be slated at her home in Bugolobi, that is in Kampala, before it is actually taken to her final destination, or her ancestral home, that is in Alito. Well, when you look at it, Olive, in regards to the death of Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, the Iron Lady, many of the Ugandan politicians, of course, members of parliament, and then political observers have spoken so well about the fact that she has been a civic politician, but of course very mindful of her tone and the choice of what she has been using in the political journey or in the political space of Uganda, but also speaking about how influential she has been in decision making in this country.
We will never forget, and I know that her contributions to the fight for women's rights in this country will forever be re-echoed in the corridors of political spheres in this country. She was very vocal about women and their rights, and also having them have a seat at the table of men, so to speak. So she will never be forgotten. Also, when it comes to her leadership, there is something all members of parliament and politicians have said in unison about her, and that is the fact that in as much as she was very vocal and from the opposition side, she was also respectful.
Yes.
And we have seen pictures of her with the president having dinner, walking together hand in hand. And if you ask me, this is what politics should be all about. In as much as we are on the opposite sides of the political spectrum, we should also not stoop so low to calling each other names. It's not really necessary, because at the end of the day, what are you fighting for? You're fighting for the good of the country.
Indeed.
And as Parliament receives her body from, she died in India of cancer, and as her body jets in today and Parliament and her family receives it, for me, this is a message that goes out to anyone in politics, that someday you may find yourself fighting from the same side, and then what will you do after you have over the years been name calling and stooping so low? Because as leaders,
Yes.
they need to always remember that there are many people looking up to them. There is a child in primary school who wants to be a member of parliament one day, or even in high school that wants to be a guild president at university someday. But if the leaders we have today keep showing us the dirty side of politics, then unfortunately it is going to be old wine in a new bottle when we get new leaders, because they are going to be copying and emulating the bad character of other leaders that we've had. But Cecilia Ogwal, as we remember her, she wasn't that. She was the Iron Lady. She was known as a lady of no nonsense when it came to politics, and yet she had a soft tone.
Well, of course, good words you could definitely hear of the Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, the late. May her soul continue to rest in eternal peace. And we are now back to the 19th summit of the Non-Aligned Movement, which was hosted, or which is being hosted in Uganda. It comes to an end today, from the 15th to the 20th of January 2024, under the theme Deepening Cooperation for Shared Global Affluence. Our focus at this particular moment in time is looking deeper into what the president highlighted in his speech yesterday as he was addressing the non-aligned movement head of state and of course heads of delegations of delegates that made their way to Speak Resort Munyonyo yesterday morning after assuming the chairmanship for the non-aligned movement for the next 3 years on behalf of Uganda, and of course also assuming the chairmanship for the 19th summit of the non-aligned movement. But as of now, let's first of all take a look at what the president did highlight after that.
President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has officially assumed office of the chairman of the non-aligned movement for the next 3 years. He received leadership from the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the former chairman of the non-aligned movement, who was represented by the Azerbaijan foreign minister. The former chairman of the non-aligned movement called for unity to address resistance and growing challenges.
During its chairmanship, Azerbaijan took practical steps to uphold the interests of the member states at the international arena, guided by the principle of cementing their solidarity and extending mutual support. Azerbaijan built its priorities and activities upon historical Bandung principles and has approved a comprehensive action plan regarding its chairmanship in the non-aligned movement.
Since its admission to the NAM in 2011, Azerbaijan has played a crucial role in international relations, strengthening unity within the movement by defending the principles of international law.
Admission of the South Sudan will be the first expansion of NAM membership in 13 years, bringing the number of member states to 121. This proves a growing validity and increased importance of our movement in the international relations system. Azerbaijani chairmanship has made consistent efforts to promote the practice of demonstrating support to nominations of NAM member states to various positions in the international organizations.
The Azerbaijan leadership expressed confidence in the upcoming leadership of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to steer the agenda of the movement.
We are handing over the chairmanship to the Republic of Uganda with a rich, substantial and institutional legacy. We are confident that Uganda will spare no effort towards further enhancing the role and visibility of the movement and strengthening unity among its member states.
President Museveni labeled NAM as a necessary antidote to the irrational polarization of the world between capitalistic Western countries and communist, mainly Eastern countries.
We were the third generation of the African anti-colonial freedom fighters. The first generation had been the African-American Pan-Africanists, such as Marcus Garvey, George Padmore, W.B. Du Bois, that had been joined by those who founded the African National Congress of South Africa in 1912.
He emphasized that the direct colonization of Africa was orchestrated by evil imperialistic forces through forms of slave trade worsened by chiefs and kings who out of selfishness could not unite and fight the oppressors.
The second generation of the African freedom fighters were people like Mzee Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania, Nelson Mandela of South Africa, etc., who emerged in the 1940s.
The president emphasized opting for political economics to discover the fundamental laws that govern the motion of society from one social system to another. This step discovered that man, who emerged in Africa, had been the main actor and coped with oppression by nature, including floods, droughts, diseases, wild animals, and earthquakes.
Another form of oppression of man emerged. This was the operation of man by fellow men. So man had two problems now. Operation of man by nature, operation of man by fellow men.
Museveni stated that societies advancing in science and technology lay a basis for positive social change and should be encouraged by the progressive forces of the world.
This encouragement should be irrespective of and investments. But we shall not only sell to you, we shall also buy from you. We are not like others who want only to sell to others but not buy from them.
He called for respect for fundamental human rights, sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, recognition of equality of all races and nations, large and small, and abstention from intervention and interference in the internal affairs of another country.
Respect for the right of each nation to defend itself singly or collectively in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. Abstention from the use of arrangements of collective defense to serve the particular interests of any of the big powers. Abstention by any country from exerting pressure on other countries. 7, refraining from acts of threats, of aggression, or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any country. Settlement of all international disputes by peaceful means, such as negotiation, conciliation, arbitration, or judicial settlement, as well as other peaceful means of the parties' own choice, in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. Promotion of mutual interests and cooperation, and respect for justice and international obligation. It is on these principles that
the presence of people from around the world, especially members of the non-aligned movement, enables core interactions to address common human problems. Ivan Kahwa, UBC News.
May I ask the delegations to take their seats, please, so that we can start immediately. Thank you.
And well, of course, that is the exact speech that we will definitely be analyzing here in the next minutes. Also, to remind you, yesterday evening, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres touched down Uganda at the Entebbe International Airport. He was received by Ambassador Adoniya Ayebare, and of course he's in for the final day of the non-aligned movement here in the country. He was received by Ambassador Adoniya Ayebare. Yes, that's right. yesterday evening at the Entebbe International Airport. Now let me get back to Olive Monica Najuma as we look deeper into what President Museveni highlighted yesterday in his speech. Some of the quotations here: we should clearly define priorities that favor developing countries by maintaining unity, solidarity and collective coordination among our member states in line with the Bandung principles. At the time the non-aligned movement was kicking off, or when our founder fathers set the pace for the non-aligned movement. Also, just to remind you as well, yesterday, South Sudan, in his address to Uganda, the foreign minister of Azerbaijan, who was representing the president of Azerbaijan, handing over the chairmanship from Baku to Kampala now, did highlight the fact that South Sudan is becoming the 121st member state of the non-aligned movement. That's good news for the people of South Sudan, those in the country here and those in South Sudan. Well, let's get into President Museveni's speech, Olive. Many focus points, but pretty much looking at the fact that he highlights the need to maintain the core principles of the Bandung conference.
Yes, the president was very vocal on that, and I like the fact that he took us back to where it all started.
Yes.
And it started when in 1912, when black people started fighting for their freedom from the colonizers. And here he mentioned some of the men that were pivotal in fighting for the rights of the black man. These ones were later joined by the likes of Nelson Mandela, to the people who formed the African National Congress in South Africa. And of course, later on, we had the second generation of freedom fighters like Mwalimu Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, and Nelson Mandela of South Africa, and Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya. And he mentioned the bloodshed that was there when we were going through colonialism. And if you know your history, you know that those were not easy years. But he also of note mentioned that in the beginning, and why I'm mentioning this is that it plays a pivotal role in what he said later in the speech. He said that in the beginning, when Africa was plundered, it was because of the egocentric and selfish nature of our forefathers at the time that refused to unite and fight
against colonialism.
Yes, to fight against because when you look back, let's say Ugandan history, you know that Kabalega of Bunyoro was not seeing eye to eye with
Kabaka Mwanga?
Kabaka, yes, of Uganda. And because of
it was later on, after they realized now the enemy is within.
Exactly. And this is what the colonialists used, the divide and rule
policy.
So, yes, if I have Buganda in my hands, then I will have it fight on my behalf against the Bunyoro, exactly, that are trying not to see eye to eye with me. And because of that, that's how we had slave trade in different African countries. Because our chiefs were being given money. And do you know, some of our people were sold into slavery based on small items like mirrors.
I remember my history as well, even social studies history of primary, the time of the exchange, the barter trade. Very funny medium of exchange there.
Exactly. So we came from that. And then we had the scrum and partitioning of Africa. And later on, the colonizers discovered the Americas, they discovered the Pacific, and they went ahead to colonize or semi-colonize some of these like China. So when the president speaks about the egocentric and selfish nature of our forefathers, was formed. And it's important to note that he said it was formed at a time, it was the antidote. That was the word he used. The antidote that was used back in the day when we had the Cold War between the Western powers and the Eastern Bloc, mainly the countries that were under the Soviet Union. And he says that because of that, we decided to come together and at least go against what he called the shallowness, the shallow ideologies of the Western powers. Let me tell you, when I listened to this speech,
he was very specific with the choice of words.
Thank you. His speech was precise and concise, and as an African, I know the issues that we have grappled with. As a person that comes from a developing country, I know that we are disproportionately represented when it comes to organizations like the United Nations. And the president was key. He said, how do you have one ideology and you expect the rest of the world
to follow,
to adapt to it? And he said we need to have multilateral ideologies vis-a-vis unilateral ideologies, because a Western country has said this is how this should be, doesn't mean that Uganda in East Africa or Kenya or South Sudan should also follow it. Because as nations, first of all, we are sovereign. And within our borders, we have freedom and we have norms and we have culture. So if as a Ugandan, there are certain things my culture norms doesn't agree to, why should you from a different part of the world enforce your own norms? Okay, so of course we know that here he was silently hitting back at some of the nations that have been against us, because last year we adopted the anti-homosexuality bill. But also, even as we adopted that, remember the president said we do not have a problem with gay people. He said we just don't want them to rub this in our faces, because this is not who we are. And if you look back at who we are as Ugandans, honestly speaking, we have a constitution that is the supreme rule of the land, and it says this thing is illegal. Now, if in your country this is legal, that's okay. But respect the laws and rules of other countries. Because you cannot say, because you have money, then you're going to force me to adopt to things I don't believe in. How come we cannot force them? For instance, I'll give you an example.
The manipulation tactic as well.
Exactly. I'll give you an example. In Uganda here, most people are either Muslim or Christians.
Yes.
And for instance, Christianity, which is a foreign belief, came to us. But before that, we had our local indigenous ways
of the African tradition society.
Exactly, of worship. And when we did this, we also had other norms. We had, for instance, polygamy, where one man can have many wives. And in our constitution today, we still have polygamy as one of the recognized marriages in Uganda.
Within the African tradition
in Uganda.
Yes, but within the culture setting of the regions in the country. But it's still recognized
by the constitution.
True.
The only difference is that unlike civil marriage and church marriage, which are monogamous, polygamy is potentially, traditional marriage is potentially polygamous. So we have this allowance in our constitution. What was I trying to come to when I mentioned polygamy? You cannot come to a country and tell it that polygamy is wrong or evil, but homosexuality is okay. You see, you see.
I see where you're driving to.
You see how it doesn't make sense. And these are the norms he's talking about. He's like, you have your culture, you have your norms, we have ours. Let's respect each other and all live in harmony. Because when you go to any country, you see how people say America is the land of dreams and the land of freedom, land of opportunities. But let me tell you, there is no freedom everywhere, anywhere. What do I mean by this? When you come to Uganda and you follow the rules and regulations of Uganda, you're going to have peace and you're going to have freedom. When you go to the United States and follow its rules and regulations, you will have peace and you will have freedom. Now, what happens when you're not? When you do not, for instance, if you're caught driving under the influence in the US, what is going to happen to you?
The charges are already placed, and of course the president is as well waiting for you.
Thank you. Because when you talk about freedom, most people do not talk about that freedom within limits. There are things you can do and there are things you cannot do. So all countries can have freedom, and all countries can have laws that govern the people of that country. Anyway, the president also said the oppressors miscalculate when they use their temporary advantage in science and technology to think that they can use that to indefinitely oppress other people. And he said the oppressed will learn, catch up, and defeat the oppressor. That is why empires always all collapse. The idea of empires is an evil idea. And of course, you know that African countries, when it comes to the world of STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we are playing catch up. Developing countries are already way ahead of us.
That's true.
Now, they're using this competitive advantage to oppress African countries. But like the president said, we can always catch up. And we are playing catch up. Because if I ask you today, Sonko, what is the one thing you do most in the day?
In the day? I think most of that is I spend a lot of time on phone.
Thank you.
I should say that I can't deny. If you look at the hours I spend on phone in a day, there are quite many, and that would be, I don't know if it's an activity, but most of the business is running on the phone.
It is an activity. It is taking a lot of your brain power, and you're using it to learn. And yes, these people will create their applications. We will use them to play catch up. Yes. And one day like this, we will...
because the applications they are creating as well are for us to also use and utilize indeed.
Exactly. So, but you see, technology has been used to suppress man. In his opening remarks, the president said that man used to live in trees. And man used to be oppressed by nature, like floods, famine, and whatnot. Yes. But later on, because man has a brain that can think, and he has hands that can come up with tools to work and maybe build a house. We went out of caves, we came into houses. What was he meaning? That we were able to overcome that. We will be able to overcome the science operation and technology operation. And recently, when he was addressing a conference here in Uganda, there is a time he said, yes, we have technology and we have all these applications and we have all these phones, but we should not let them rule us. True. So we still need to think and not let the gadgets think for us.
So we always have to let our human capacities control us. You know, you mentioned something about the abstention, or what you could call abstaining from the intervention or interference of the quality, of the internal affairs of another country. I think again he's looking at specific regions in this particular issue, whereby he says that if every country, because I believe every country even in the non-aligned movement bloc have issues internally.
Yes.
So he says other states at times do not need to interfere in a business that does not concern them at that particular level. This also going to the other NAM member states who want to interfere within the political space or other issues
of course,
in someone's house.
Thank you. And you know that one of the documents that were adopted was the declaration document on Palestine, about the conflict between Israel and Palestine. And this has taken center stage when it comes to the issues that are happening in that country. And he said, the president was saying that other countries should not interfere with the issues happening in other countries. This is NAM what NAM stands for.
Yes.
NAM stands for respecting the sovereignty of other countries. But now you have one country threatening to wipe another country off the face of the earth. So, and what he was subtly saying here, there are countries, because Israel is not acting alone in the conflict with Palestine. There are other countries that call themselves superpowers that have intentionally refused to call out what is happening in Gaza as something wrong. So, for example, we have reports coming in saying that we have over 24,000 people that have so far died in Palestine since the conflict started. How many people have died in Israel? Not that any life is lesser But you're going to find in a country where probably 5,000 people have died, these people are condemning the country whose 24,000 have been killed. Yet, we could actually save life.
Indeed.
And
by putting
not
an
kill
end
anyone.
to exactly by putting an end to the arms and of course the physical fighting and have diplomatic discussions or dialogue that will put an end to this.
Yes, and of course this has gone on for so long. I like that Pakistan and Iran are talking already to ceasefire as regards the confrontation that happened this week. So if Israel and Palestine could actually emulate this, come to one round table, have a discussion and agree to ceasefire. And when it comes to still again sovereignty, the president talked about, this is what Palestine has been calling upon member states to do.
States of
like
NAM.
Let's have a collective voice. Let's work together to call upon the rest of the world to recognize what is happening in Palestine for what it is, that it is wrong.
Without siding. I think it goes back to the principles of Bandung, the Bandung conference, whereby you're not aligned to any bloc, but you have to take a stand on such issues without just abstaining from taking directions. Because remember, there are a number of deaths being recorded in Gaza and the nearby cities, and that is something that no one would wish for their own country. Because God forbid such an issue happens in, let's say, one of our neighboring countries or our country here. I do believe all of us would definitely want the other countries not to side with the oppressor.
There is power in numbers.
Yes.
So we have 120 countries in the NAM that have been represented in Uganda as we speak today, as it comes to a close. And if all these countries speak in unison against what is happening in Palestine, then it means there is something that can, this is something that can actually help and, you know, bring this war to an end, and maybe the lives of the people that are still there to be saved. Because what we are experiencing right now are families being entirely wiped out. We have seen journalists whose families have gone, entire family gone. And in this century, this is not what we are supposed to be experiencing. We saw what the world wars did. We saw the havoc. Earlier on, we were talking about how Japan is still suffering the consequences of the world wars, you get. And now we have this. So we need to really stay away and go away from wars. We need to work together and not align. I like that Uganda has insisted on not aligning with any country. Remember when there was when the Russian-Ukrainian conflict broke out?
Yes.
And Uganda is among the countries, every time the voting was mentioned, let's vote for or against. For us, we were in the middle.
Yes, yes.
No side.
The Ukraine-Russia war.
Yes.
And of course, abstaining also saved us from maybe. But I think with the NAM situation, I believe with the Palestine question here, we need to ideally take a stand. And the reason as why the Palestinian delegation had to, you know, present that on day one is because they want to see, by the time the final Kampala declaration comes out, where is the position of the non-aligned movement on this matter? How vocal can they be? And of course, we wait to see how that will be. And definitely something, of course, you have to give it out to Palestine in regards to how they have they've actually come out to ask for the support in this particular situation.
Yes.
However much even Israel, on the other hand, is also showing they need support.
And you see, when it comes to geopolitics, depending on the side or the perspective you want to view things in, one person couldn't be more right than the other.
Very true.
You will find that those that are siding with Israel saying, but Hamas started it, because we know that's how it started.
Yes.
Okay? But then you will also, when you look at the perspective of people who say, but Israel is bombing residences and hospitals and schools, and so are all these compounds where the Hamas fighters are hiding. It has reached a point where honestly it makes no sense.
Yes.
And what makes sense is for different countries to come together and call upon, to call for a ceasefire.
You know, there's also something the president did mention, Olive, saying that he actually referred to the resistance fight he had in the early 1980s, where he said, we as resistance fighters do not fight, do not fight unjust wars.
Yes.
I think he was calling upon the NAM member states not to indulge in unjust wars, because he was saying those who kickstart off unjust wars, or those who champion unjust wars, those who fight unjust wars, end up losing, because in the long run, the oppressor seems to be resistant or comes up with resistance. So that is where the resistance fighters come from, or the resistance movement rises as well. So if you set up an unjust war where it is not on fair grounds, then that means those who are actually being oppressed will resist.
He actually, when he said we do not fight unjust wars, he mentioned that we fight wars against imperialism and domination.
Because that is the where you can justify a kind of war that you're
I'm fighting
with,
domination. I'm a sovereign country. Like Palestine right now is fighting for the sovereignty of its nation. Somalia against Somaliland is fighting against the sovereignty of its country.
Something NAM also pushes.
Exactly.
Really.
But the unjust wars the president is talking about is, Russia has attacked Ukraine. Let's go and support. Let's go give them arms. Let's those are the wars the president says we are not fighting unjust wars. And I remember when the Ukrainian conflict started, he said, we cannot be concerned with the issues of other countries. If you're, and what he meant here was, if you've decided to fight in your country, why should I, make my people suffer, send my young people to go to a war that makes no sense to them? Because this is what happened in wars like the war in Vietnam. Young people sent to die, literally. So I like what the president said. And he also said that that NAM was to do away with the illogical polarization by superpowers.
Yes. Of course, he's going back to the superpowers and targeting what he believes is right, that we're supposed to be against as the non-aligned movement. But of course, we are continuing with the analysis from the president's speech. But as of now, let's take you to the Entebbe International Airport just to give you an update of how everything was ongoing from day 1 till day 5 yesterday, because even in the evening, like I did mention, Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, landed in the country in the night. So those are some of the key things that you can look at. And of course, we do have a compiled report in relation to whatever was happening at the airport. Take a look.
Well, coming to you here at the commercial wing of the Entebbe International Airport, I must say that activity has subsided. Of course, basing on the fact that yesterday was one of the busiest days this airport has ever had since the year began. And of course, since also launching the new airport terminal that we have right there. Now, of course, most of the activity is in Munyonyo, and we must say that we are proud of the president for, of course, taking on the new chairmanship, but also in his speech, being candid on the new issues that are arising on the international scene. Of course, some are new, some are old, but much said he was very candid and bold when he was addressing them. I've also had a chance to talk to some staff here at the airport to share their experience on how handling the NAM and G77 summits has been so far and what differences this summit has brought at the airport. Hello, madam. What's your name and what do you do?
I'm Bugendage Oliver. Okay. I'm working at airport. Okay. I work as a cabin groomer in Menzies Aviation. Okay. Yeah, that's all about Olivia.
All right. So what has been your experience here at the airport exactly in terms of the guest arrivals and what has been your busiest day, things like that? Just give me an insight since Monday or Sunday.
Since Monday. Yes, what I can talk about, it's all about the flights we have been operating, like Emirates. Emirates brought some of the presents, and also some airways like Qatar and even G9 and even ET. It has been all those aircrafts. They have been incoming with all the presidents. Anyway, in such. Ever since, anyway, I'm in Uganda and I'm a Ugandan. So I've seen some of the presidents of different countries. And from Monday, since this month started, we have been busy at the airport. And since Monday, the airport has been busy because of the NAM.
Would you say that this has been one of the busiest seasons the airport has had in a long time, or what do you say about that?
Yes, it has been the busiest part of the month because NAM, it has brought many things, and it's like togetherness with Ugandans and even other countries. Yeah.
So how usually do you get this busy in the year?
Mostly, what I can say, it's all about NAM's summit, but in a year it depends. Sometimes if it's season, like festival season, we get busy, but NAM, it is too much.
It is too much. So NAM has even superseded the festive season.
Yeah, NAM, it's too much. Ever since January started, they have been working on NAM's summit. Up to now, it has been a busy concert at airport.
In your office or in your company, what are some of the things that you have done to make sure that you prepare for NAM a little different from the way you usually do the normal?
Like in men's aviation, because as I told you, I work in men's aviation. Yeah. Most of the aircrafts we operate on, they've been bringing in the presidents of different countries. So it has brought us to be busy in our company. And it's like our company, it's a priority to those all aircrafts which has been bringing in the presidents.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does your company do? I see your company is called Menzies Aviation. What does Menzies Aviation do?
It operates on most of the aircrafts at the airport in Entebbe, Uganda.
And when you say operation, what do you mean?
Operation, it's like working on the aircrafts, the incoming flights and even the outgoing aircrafts.
Asian company, of course, giving us high experience from the service provider's point of view, how excited they have been, how they've been able to execute, how to deal with the delegates. Of course, there have been some delays at the airport simply because we've been expecting different delegates coming in, high commanding officials from different countries, heads of state. So those are some of the things that you can identify surely. But of course, also the expansion of the terminal. That is something that many Ugandans were able to observe. The excitement was all over social media ahead of the summit. And well, for those who are also flying out of the country, are able to notice and observe those particular changes at the airports. But when you look at our observation, I think there's been a lot of excitement from the fact that, you know, when you're dealing with high-end delegates of that nature, your company or you as a service provider, there's a lot to desire, because if government is actually also confident to have you in that space during such a time, you sit back and know that they are starting on a good note for a company like that.
That's true, and those are some of the achievements for the Non-Aligned Movement Summit on businesses in Uganda. And also Ugandans that are, for instance, traveling. Now we get to have a bigger terminal, better looking than it was in the past. So these are, like, you know how, like, it is like a spillover effect, that we were preparing to receive international guests, but in so doing that, some of the things that have been done or infrastructure that has been renovated or redone is now going to work to the benefit of Ugandans.
Well, of course, it's going to really work to the benefit of the Ugandans. And for those of you who are asking how relevant is the non-aligned movement to Ugandans, that is one way it has been relevant. And of course, for those in the nightlife economy, I think there are people who have already invited the delegates from different areas, and most of the hotels in Uganda actually have a lounge, you know, a lounge setup or a bar setup where they can entertain.
I'll tell you this. I don't know, but for some reason this week, I have been meeting beautiful cars on the road. I've seen many cars with South Sudanese number plates and very gorgeous.
Well, of course, now you can definitely see from the observation coming in, you can easily know we do have visitors or delegates in the country. But away from the airport situation, let's also check out and see how traffic was yesterday. Remember, as of yesterday, delegates, or let's say heads of state, were making their way to Speak Resort Munyonyo. But how was the traffic in Kampala and along Entebbe Road? Let's check this out as well.
Road safety issued various road guidelines that have been key principles in aiding traffic flow during the prevailing summits.
As we planned, the traffic plan is going on very, very well. We have not closed any road. We have diverted traffic, and we had hold off points for the traffic flow. This has enabled us not to cause a lot of congestion in town, and where there has been congestion, it has been temporary. After the motorcades leave, we clear that congestion.
At the Northern Bypass and Entebbe Expressway, smooth traffic flow has been registered, and the Director of Traffic, Lawrence Nyawabine, attributes this to the compliant behavior that's been exhibited by the citizens since the delegates' arrival for the ongoing summits.
The traffic management has been good, and we hope we shall come out of this operation when we have not registered any road crash along the summit route and also along other routes used by delegates.
Police urges motorists, especially border riders, to maintain road discipline and compliance to road guidelines even after the conclusion of the summits.
The border leaders, I appeal to you to continue talking to several of these riders that they should also behave. Otherwise, we shall also use other methods and we can discipline them, but after impounding their motorcycles. That is the level we would not like to go to.
The public is cautioned to plan for their journeys ahead of time in order to avoid any inconveniences. So far, no major incident has been registered on gazetted routes for delegates.
I appeal to the motoring public to wake up early or to plan their journey early enough. And if they are going to the Entebbe International Airport, they should move early, maybe as 3 hours before their flights. We have, the airport is not closed, it is open, so we appeal to those with flights to really move early enough so that they can catch their flights.
Patricia Nandago for UBC.
And well, of course, when you look at the tagline that we do have this morning, just to simply put you into proper context, day 2 of the heads of state and government meeting is more of a representation of what we were having. Day 1 and 2, when you look at the total 6 days of this summit, day 1 and 2 were for the officials and for the senior officials meeting. Day 3 and 4 had day 1 and 2 of its own for the meetings of the ministers or ministerial meetings. Now, day 5 and 6 also has day 1 and 2 of its own for the presidents or the heads of state and governments meeting. That is why we have day 2 of the heads of state and government meeting on your screen currently. And besides that, also you need to know that today is the final day of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit 2024, the 19th summit of its nature, hosted in Uganda, and we are holding the chairmanship as of now till 2027. We officially received that yesterday from Azerbaijan, who have been holding it since the 2019 Baku summit. Of course, they took us through the years of COVID-19, and now we will be taking them, we will be taking the NAM or the Non-Aligned Movement member states into the post-COVID-19 era. How will we fare? Trust me, I think we will steer the wheel so comfortably. Of course, Monica, that update was basically looking at the traffic flow of it. What are your observations along the way as you have been driving throughout the week, while coming in the morning, then majorly during the time of leaving the place of work?
Okay, you know, some of us went to school. So our times of living are
quite early.
Are quite different. But that aside, the only time I experienced a delay was on Monday.
Okay.
I was driving out of the Sheraton, which is right opposite one of the presidential residences in Nakasero.
Yes.
And there was a delay there because the president was approaching. But it actually didn't take so much time, and when he entered, the roads were opened and traffic was released. We were able to move.
Yes.
What I've also observed on other roads, especially within Kololo area, I've seen many country diplomat cars. I've seen cars with number plates of Great Britain. I have seen number plates of South Sudan. And when I say number plates, I know we have some of these cars within the country, but there are cars you see.
Diplomatic number plates. I love your observation of the kind of vehicles on the road.
That's what I was going to say. Because yes, we've seen some Range Rovers here and there that have foreign number plates, but these cars were executive cars. You could tell that these people are visitors.
Of course, women are so good when it comes to luxury, and they're so quick to notice and observe, trust me. That is why you could easily see the excitement when Olive tells you the nature of the vehicles that were on the road or that are on the road.
Show me a lady that doesn't love SUVs. I mean, you will sit in a taxi with a woman and she will say that you're the poor one.
Yes, exactly.
But there has been a smooth traffic flow, and I like that police maintained its stance and said, we will only close the roads when there is need. So when there was a motorcade going through, then there was a
bit of the delay.
Yes, but away from that, we've been sharing traffic updates since Monday, and you could see that the northern bypass, the expressway, were all open for use for the general public, except for a certain period of time when there would be a motorcade. So on this, Uganda police has done well.
And also to note, Ugandans have been well disciplined on the road, by the way, this entire week.
Yes.
So that means, beside the fact that some of the Ugandans were saying the government doing things last minute, yet you can as well also obey the rules and regulations on the road. Clearly shows we not only are we, because the government is us and we are the government, then that means we are the entire problem. If we are saying if we are saying the government is the problem, then that means we are also the problem.
Yes.
Because if we can maintain these regulations entirely without even further monitoring, clearly shows we can also choose to do the right thing.
Yeah, but of course there have been concerns from some members of society who said government was wrong to close roadside businesses for this period of time. When you look at areas like Munyonyo, roadside businesses were closed. Now the Minister Betty Amongi said this is for just a small period of time until the summits are done, but other players are like, you could have let people continue with their businesses so that even the visitors can know what Ugandans do on a day-to-day.
Especially for the small-sized businesses, because it is
like
everywhere
mobile
in Africa.
money, border stages were removed from their respective stages. Now, I understand it's for security reasons.
Very true.
Yes, but other players are like, couldn't there have been an alternative? Like taxi drivers were saying, okay, fine, you didn't want us on the roads, but you could have created a section where we know that this is going to be the allocated stage until the summit is done.
I think the government wanted to make it more convenient, if I'm to say, because when you look at, putting to order, especially roadside businesses, becomes very difficult, especially in such a week.
Is it difficult, or we want to display something different?
That is also a crucial one. And one of my border riders was actually telling me at times you realize that some of the things may continue this way even after.
Well, government has spoken out on that and has said this is not going to be the normal way of doing things.
There are people who are scared, who think that they may never get back to those places.
Would that be so bad? Now, I'm not being vain. I'm not being vain. I know everyone needs to make a living. But remember when some taxis that were used to load people going along Entebbe Road by the roadside, and then KCCA created Usafi Park. And they moved
using Kajansi and Entebbe Road. Yes.
They were all moved there, and at first they met resistance because taxi drivers didn't want to go there. But right now they are operating.
And even the passengers find it easier lately because of a lot of traffic within the old tax park and the new
you go
tax
to
park.
Usafi, you know, if I'm going to Kajansi, Najana, Nkumbi, Chitende, Entebbe, I know where the taxis are, and there is order in that area. So we have neighboring countries here that do not have roadside vendors, and they are thriving. So it could be another way to look at it. And someone may say, Olive, you're being vain. I am not. But if we seek order and cleanliness of the city, unfortunately, we are going to have to agree to some bit of inconvenience.
Well, the alternatives as well are there. I think these businesses were already having alternative options. One of the attributes of great business people is always being flexible in such times. And I know small-sized enterprises are always the more flexible kind of people when it comes to such situations, because you still want to earn money.
Yes.
I doubt if any closed their businesses entirely and they weren't operating.
Well, it depends. If you have a kiosk or a kameza by the roadside, and you will definitely have to close for some bit of time. But Rolex, okay, what is the alternative?
But also, I would also wish someone takes our delegates to downtown Kampala to enjoy the delicacy of the Rolex, I think. The real Rolex with the how is it called, with the katawel. With the yes.
they say the recipe, the delicacy is in the cup.
Oh. The nice cup.
The cup that is used to mix the eggs and nyanya mbisi.
Oh. The nice House of Plastics cup.
yeah, that is it.
Well, Olive, as we are summing up with our conversation this morning, your takeaway points. We are on day 6. Today is the climax of the non-aligned movement summit. That is why we also have the UN General Secretary in the country who arrived yesterday. What will be your takeaway points? Presidential speech, observations entirely.
Well, the president, I would like to end with one of the points that the president said, and he said that we, the resistance fighters of Uganda, are flabbergasted and look down with contempt at the philosophical, ideological, and strategic shallowness of some of the actors in the world. And he said, why not respect the freedom of everybody if you say you are a Democrat? Why do you not seek to influence people by your good example instead of manipulation, lectures, and threats? That's what he said. And for me, I mean, everything, for me, this part of the speech summed up everything the president had to say. And it also summed up everything many countries, member states in the non-aligned movement summit had to say. You cannot have one idea and expect all countries of the world to adopt to the same. But he also said these countries came to Africa to sell their finished products to us, but we do not get an opportunity to import to them. For instance, Uganda, we have so much coffee. We need to import our finished products. But you know what? They buy the raw material.
For us, we're importing, and they don't want us to export.
Exactly.
Which is quite unfair in the business sense.
So we have all this coffee. We sell it at a raw material form, meaning we are not getting as much money. How much do you buy Nescafe or any other coffee from the supermarket? Thank you.
It's quite expensive.
Imagine if we have our raw materials, that is coffee, and then we refine them and we sell a finished product. We will be making more money. And the president has been vocal about this. And this is what we are saying. We want to be represented at the UN. We want to be able to export our finished products. I want to be a farmer, grow my matoke, and be able to export it to other countries. Grow my sweet bananas and export gonja crisps.
Very true. And today we even have a very huge factory that is adding value to matoke. With they have matoke porridge. I saw matoke biscuits. I saw matoke, you know, powder, or let's say flour, matoke flour. It is something that you could clearly see that these countries can still buy from us.
And they do buy them. Brazil produces a lot of bananas. And where does it export them to? To these countries. So we want to be able to do the same thing, because we have a thriving mining industry.
Yes.
We have a thriving education sector. But you know, sometimes you study your degree, you go abroad, and they tell you that this degree can't work
yes,
here. So
last year they were actually saying,
again.
yes, last year they were actually saying that our degrees have expired and out of program. So it is something that puts us behind all the time.
Exactly.
In regards to our quality, or the quality of individuals we produce.
But you've been to school here, honestly. Is our education that bad? We are actually good. Listen to the way we speak, the way we reason, the quality of people we take out of universities. I mean, one of the people we export, one of the resources we export so much as a country is medical personnel. And their degrees are accepted in different countries. But you go to one of these countries and they will say, a medical degree from Uganda, no. But we are studying the same things. I mean, 1 + 1 = 2 in science everywhere, right?
Yes.
So why are you saying that my medical degree may not make it, yet we study the same physics, chemistry, biology? It makes no sense. And this is what the president was speaking about. So my takeaway is that these countries need to accept that we have grown. If we were crawling, now we are walking. And,
well,
and we
course,
should be accepted.
And indeed, and well, of course, when you see the excitement from Olive Monica's face, clearly shows you she really loved that speech, by the way.
I enjoyed
because
that speech.
The speech really hit the right spots, if you're to ask me, from my observation of what Monica really felt while the president was addressing the NAM member states. Now, what you're seeing on your screen is footage coming in live from Speak Resort Munyonyo as we await for the day 2 of the heads of state and government meeting. Of course, yesterday it was officially opened, and today is day 2, and we also expect an address by the Secretary General of the United States, Antonio Guterres, who landed in the country yesterday evening. So, of course, along the way, throughout today, we shall be taking you there to see what is happening or what is transpiring from the same, the discussions, the meeting, as we await for the final draft of the Kampala document for what will be. We had the Baku Declaration 2019, now we are having the Kampala Declaration of 2024. The theme for this year is Non-Aligned Movement Summit. The 19th summit of this nature is deepening cooperation for shared global affluence. And of course, you could easily see how many member states have been pushing for the agenda of cooperation, deepening that idea and the element of cooperation. Also at the Entebbe International Airport, by the way, we shall as well be taking you there if at all we have any arrival whatsoever. And of course, we also expect departures along the weekend. So those are some of the things that you'll be keeping up to speed with here on your national broadcaster. We've been dedicated to ensuring that we inspire you, and our inspiration this week has entirely been to bring to you the live broadcast of the non-aligned movement. And of course, as the weekend kicks off, also the G77 plus China summits, or what you could call the third South Summit, is in the country as well, being hosted at the same venue, the Speak Resort Munyonyo, and it will be live on UBC TV here under the theme Leaving No One Behind. So we do not want to leave anyone behind in regards to the broadcast. At the Hotel Africana, by the way, just to let you know, is where the different media outlets are gathered or have officially, set up to ensure that they get the feed, of which we are the official broadcaster supplying this feed as well. What a time to brag about that in the same spirit. But of course, as of now, we shall be definitely heading into a break. But coming up shortly, more analysis of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, and also ushering you into the G77 plus China summits. This particular one will be coming in with Chantal Oliver Kandinda and Robert Chirabo Nyonyi Ntono. So stick around. Good morning.
biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
To access the portal, log on to protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug or visit our website www.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Email us on info@statehouseinvest.go.ug or call us on 0326 100630. Visit our office at Lumumba Avenue, Plot 51B, Nakasero Hill, Kampala, Uganda. The State House Investors Protection Unit, empowering investors.
Juko. Yo. Wachiko. Check the shopping man. What's your secret?
Uganda, haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, it is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
It is not albinism. It is not a cancer. It is not witchcraft. It is not that one has HIV/AIDS. It is not contagious. Does not spread through close contact, touching or sharing personal items. No way is it linked to being burnt by twins. It is called vitiligo.
Presents with part of his body has lost color.
Living with vitiligo has been sometimes challenging when I got older, but when I was younger it was a bit, okay. But as you get older, you feel the stigma around you, even yourself, you start self-stigmatizing.
I started small spots and immediately people said it's abalongo. It was too much on me. Others would say that I aborted twins.
2009, that's how it started on my skin with small patches, and I thought it was ringworms.
My first pose that made me famous was this one. My second pose that made me famous was this pose. I was just like this. People loved it so much.
A very good morning to you. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching Good Morning Uganda. Call it the weekend edition. We are still broadcasting, and as the official broadcaster of the NAM Summit, we are here to keep you updated. But also do note, it was dubbed as the NAM Summit, and the G77 plus China Summit are happening and almost closing into each other, one after the other. But we've seen, of course, some meetings taking place in the middle there that are transitioning into the G77 Summit. Now, as of yesterday, some of the highlights as they were being discussed here by Olive and Sonko, some of the highlights that I think we had missed out were the most important, one of the important ones of the heads of state spouses, headed by the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda, Janet Kataha Museveni. And well, we do have a story on the same. Please do check it out.
Uganda has joined the campaign dubbed We Are Equal that brings together African First Ladies, partners and allies to advance gender equality and close the gender gap across the continent. The campaign is led by the Organization of African First Ladies and looks at equality in all aspects of life to build a future that enables all Africans to thrive. The First Lady, Janet Kataha Museveni, has signed on this campaign, which makes Uganda the 13th African country to join.
Thank you, Mama, for signing. We shall continue.
This was during a luncheon held at Serena Hotel in Kampala in honor of the visiting spouses at the 19th Non-Aligned Movement Summit taking place at Rwenzori Convention Center, Munyonyo. The First Lady, Janet Museveni, gave an account of her space in leadership that she has used to motivate people and communities.
Once people are convinced about the benefits of change, it results in exciting developments, as you have witnessed in the documentary. Every time I visit a community we have been working with and see the excitement in the faces of motivated people, and then recall how they were at the beginning of our development programs, I feel humbled and grateful for the opportunity I have been given to participate in this work in our country. It is work that gives people hope as they learn better methods of growing food, of taking care of their homesteads, of taking care of their children, and seeing them survive and seeing them thrive, discovering the value of education, and often even acquiring the skills to earn an income from the work they do.
The First Lady of Burundi also displayed a mini documentary that showed her she became First Lady in 2020. Mrs. Sadia Shahal Malik, spouse to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore, says they have strived and now have a high number of women employed, coupled with making legislative amendments to protect women.
That we already passed the Women's Charter, and since then we have made significant progress in advancing women's opportunities and status in our Singapore society. And today we have very high employment and literacy rates for women. In fact, it's been reported by UN Human Development Report that Singapore ranked 7th worldwide in terms of gender equality. The many helping hands approach, public, people and private sectors, we work together for the advancement of women. And recent years, we have made significant legislative changes in terms of protecting women against harm and violence.
The Executive Secretary, Organization of African First Ladies, Dr. Nados Behanu, urged First Ladies to inject urgency into the movement of gender equality.
No country can prosper if half of its population is held back. Despite steady progress on gender equity in African countries with the smallest gender gap in over a decade, women and girls continue to face discrimination and violence, hindering them from realizing their full potential. Cognizant of this fact, African First Ladies decided to embark on a continent-wide unifying campaign that we call #WeAreEqual to inject urgency into the movement of gender equity. It's time to dismantle the barriers holding African women and girls back and build a more equitable and just society for our continent.
The luncheon for spouses of heads of state and delegations was organized under the theme Empowering Women and Girls for Development. I'm Navka Farida and Juma Samba in Kampala.
Well, the conversation on empowering girls and women still continues, and that is evidence that women are ready to take up spaces and fight for a number of things, not just themselves, but a number of things. With me on set is Robert Chirabo Nyintono, and we are going to be having a broader conversation briefly about the spouses of the heads of states. And of course, moving forward, we'll be having a discussion on the G77 summit that will be taking place, or that is already taking place as we speak. A few activities are happening in the middle there, but the major day we expect events to start is tomorrow, as we are going to be laying out the program for you. But for now, good morning once again, Chirabo.
Oh, fellow Lumamonga, it is a pleasure being with you on set this lovely Saturday.
Having been chased because we're Rumamongers.
And we're doing the same thing even today. And we shall always do the same thing.
I guess that's what we are paid for.
That's what we are paid
survive on Rumamongering.
I love the fact that that's what we are being paid
We are
for.
allowed. So, briefly about the luncheon of the heads of state spouses. What has been your take home, and what do you think this means for not just Uganda but different states whose first ladies are involved in such conversations?
Well, first, it is something in the right direction. Why? When we talk about these developing countries, or some still want to call them poor nations of the world, they all have one common character. That women for a long time were not brought to the table where decisions are made or that matter. In Uganda, there is a simple saying, nti bali manju, you know, oba mufumbiro, and they will tell you that you are in the kitchen, you know, we were far away from that. And some will say President Museveni began atuje manju and all that. But that is not only Uganda's problem. Actually, in global rankings, Uganda, we are doing very, very high when it comes to women emancipation. So it is a general problem in Africa. And now, the office or the position of First Lady of any country is a very powerful position.
Right.
She can make, there are many programs. Yes, in some countries, there is no specific office. There may not even be special funding, but there can be a lot of influence.
Right.
And she can take up various responsibilities. Now, you saw our First Lady, Janet Kataha Museveni Mama, showing a documentary of what she has been able to do in this time, as far as transforming people's lives, as far as lifting and empowering the girl child. And so, at such a meeting, that is why there is the Organization of First Ladies of Africa. And we having that power. Now, when you have such a gathering, just imagine and heads of state come, representatives, and the women are left home. Now, if you have them come along with their spouse and they have a meeting to discuss, like the theme, which was empowering women and the girl child for development. Now they look at how best can we collaborate, how best can we develop How can we put this issue of women and girls and we front it as we've come to positioning, find better ways of pushing for it. Right. That is why even alongside the NAM, there was an activity that had Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development, UNDP, and civil society organizations, yes. And it called for an establishment of a women forum under NAM.
Yes.
The representative of the president of Azerbaijan came, the foreign affairs minister yes. Said that during their 10-year term of office, they were able to establish that forum along the youth forum. So this office is very important. We must allude to that. Very influential. And when they come together and focus on empowering the girl child, it is a step in the right direction.
Great. Well, it is a step indeed in the right direction. Please do note today is the 6th day and the last day of the non-aligned movement, according to the program, except for tomorrow, which will be departure of some heads of state. But we do have Timothy Nyangweso at the Munyonyo Resort, and this is at the Rwenzori Convention Center main hall, giving us an update on what is happening at the moment.
Good morning and welcome to the Rwenzori Convention Center. This is day 6, the 20th of January 2024. Day 6 of both the non-aligned movement, the 19th non-aligned movement that is happening. Heads of state and governments will be having interactions within the plenary here. But also today we'll also be getting into the G77 plus China. A quick update of what will be happening here today. Most of the things that are waiting right now, delegates are within the convention center right now as we speak. Most of them are around here. Some left yesterday, but the heads of state will be arriving in the next few minutes. We'll also be having our very own president, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, coming into the country there. You can be able to see that some of the delegates are here, and especially on my extreme right, the delegates from the different countries are here waiting for their heads of state to be able to be part of this. This will be the last day and we'll have plenary sessions. We'll start as early as we get the heads of state here, but I'll give you a brief of the program that looks like coming in here. Heads of state will be arriving in a short while, and our president will also be arriving in a short while there. We'll have a continuation of plenary tomorrow, and this will be a closed door session where the heads of state, representatives of the different heads of state will be here. The prime ministers, the vice presidents will be here speaking and deliberating on various issues that have been addressed, from the senior officials down to the ministerial meetings that happened for 2 days, and now we are on the last day of the heads of states and governments being able to speak. We'll get into that. The heads of state and their delegations will be speaking and making different recommendations there. We'll get into the list as it was left off yesterday. It will be closed. No media house will be able to report what is here. It will be on until break, when we'll get into the mid-morning there, and then we'll let them have their break. They'll come back into our plenary again for heads of state and the different representatives, vice presidents, their excellencies, the prime ministers. They'll be also speaking here, and they'll do that all the way till they get to the lunch beat there. We'll also get into where we have the final Kampala declaration, the outcome document, that will be given here, that will be giving some of the outcomes of the ministerial and the senior officials there. We'll also have the Kampala declaration. The 2 outcomes are from the meetings that happened before, and those 2 meetings will be from the political committee and the economic and social committees. Those are the 2 outcomes that will be declared here. The Kampala declaration will be what has transpired here and what they hope will be happening going on. For any country that is not comfortable with what is happening, they need to be able to write to the UN expressing exactly what their disgruntlement will be there. The declaration will go on, but yesterday we also saw South Sudan being admitted into the non-aligned movement, and a speech made by the president here, His Excellency Salva Kiir, made his statements going on there. Later on in the day, we'll have representation from the different continents there. We'll have the African region have its representative make the statements here. We'll also have the Asian Pacific make its statements. Latin America and the Caribbean region will also go on to make their remarks and statements here. Finally, we'll have the European region make their statements here. Our very own president later on today will be making the closing statements. His Excellency Yoweri Museveni will be giving the closing statements and the adoption of that declaration. Both the two outcomes and the declaration will be made here today. Later on in the wee hours of the evening, we hope they can be able to close earlier, because then we jump into G77 plus China, which is really an economic bloc, which we call the South Summit, that will be happening here today. It will be kicking off today, and also some of the deliberations that will come in there. You will be seeing some of the representatives from China coming in. We have a special envoy that came in from the president himself, Xi Jinping, who sent a representative to come and make some addresses here, and also the support there. We also have a comment, hopefully, from the Russian Federation. We have someone who will be commenting and making statements there, and we hope to see what exactly they will be saying. And that's a bit of what today will look like. And if anything else comes up tomorrow later on in the evening, something is proposed to be happening, especially on the line of the G77 there, and we want to be able to see what will be happening. We'll bring you that update as soon as we get the news coming in on what tomorrow looks like here at the Rwenzori Conventional Center. Everything is smooth, security is smooth, all delegates are still coming in smoothly. We expect the heads of states to be coming in a short while there, but that's a quick update. Later on in the day, we hope to give you something from the exhibitors for you to be able to see exactly what is down there. A lot of Ugandan fabric, especially something that blew us away yesterday when we went down to the exhibition, was how cow hides have been made into fabric, and also you can be able to get yourself a leather bag. You can come down here and be able to see some of those things here. But it's been very successful. All 120 countries with their delegations have been in here, and a lot of traction has been made in what they would like to see in the areas of humanitarian, in the areas of resolution for conflict. So it has been a successful 6 days so far, and I would like to hand you back to the broadcasting center. My name is Timothy Nyangweso, and have a good morning.
That is Timothy Nyangweso at the Rwenzori Convention Center, and giving us an update on what to expect today. As per the program, we are waiting for the heads of state to get into the convention center, and as when I look at what we expect this morning, we have a continuation of the plenary session of the heads of state and government and heads of delegation that is going to be taking place exactly at the Rwenzori Convention Center main hall. Then statements by the heads of state and government, heads of delegations. These are requested to limit the statements, of course, to about 7 minutes. And then we also have in the middle there a lunch that is going to be served, and this is going to be in the rooms of residence or Commonwealth Banqueting Hall. Then we have continuation of the plenary sessions of the heads of state and government heads that is still going to be taking place at the Rwenzori Convention Center main hall. Then we also continue to have statements by heads of state and government and heads of delegation. Then after that, there will be a closed session for the adoption of the final document of the 19th summit by the heads of state and government, limited to member states only. Do note that this summit has the heads of state from different states that are under NAM, but we have observers. We have observers like the United Nations, and that is organizations and countries that have chosen to be observers. So in this case, this closed door meeting or closed door session is going to be for only NAM member states. And after that, that is when we will now come out with the Kampala final outcome document, Kampala Declaration on Palestine. And after that, we shall be having a closing ceremony of the 19th summit of heads of state and government of the non-aligned movement. And after that, there will be that session will be having both, it will be open to observers and the countries that are part of the non-aligned movement. Then there will be addresses by representatives of the regional groups comprising of the movement that have been able to make it to this summit, and we are looking at from the African region, from the Asia Pacific region, from the Latin America and the Caribbean region. We're also looking at the European region, and after that we will have closing remarks or a closing statement by His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is also the new chair of the 19th summit, or who is the new chair as per the 19th summit of the non-aligned movement, voted by acclamation as of yesterday. And after that, we shall literally say the non-aligned movement summit will have come to a closure, but we shall be transitioning further into the G77 plus China summit. And as of tomorrow, the 21st of January, all that we'll be seeing, especially for guests that came for specifically the non-aligned movement summit, there will be departures. And in my own, well, according to the program, this will be at leisure. According to the program. Well, that is how we are standing today. That is what we are expecting to happen at the convention center this day, and we will be giving you all the updates of what happens in there, and we are looking forward to what is going to be happening in the closed door meeting. Hopefully we get a snippet at least of what happens in there. But this morning we'll just dive into the discussion that is going to be going all the way until Tuesday next week. That is going to be the 23rd of January 2024, and this one has been dubbed, it has had a number of names, but it is the third South Summit, and it goes by the theme leaving no one behind. But briefly, Robert, a discussion on what does G77 mean? What does someone need to know about G77? Why is Uganda even concerned about G77? Maybe we can start the discussion from there.
Well, but there is somewhere where I'm very excited. Now, when you're going through the program, you talked about the final outcome document, the Kampala final outcome document. You talked about the Kampala Declaration.
Right.
But then you touched something that I believe the entire world is waiting to hear. And that is the Declaration of Palestine.
Yes.
So I'm very eager to know what is the position of these countries. And I'm very sure the entire globe, because this is an issue when you talk about the death being registered, both in, when you talk about the Gaza, but also, yes, even Israel, we find that these deaths are also occurring. So I'm very anxious to know what exactly is entailed in that. The Kampala Declaration, we had also the Baku, but that particular issue is where I'm waiting, and I don't want even to finally agreed upon and see how is it going to be implemented.
By the end of the day?
Yes, this is more like a genocide. It has to come to an end.
By the end of the day, we will have known what the member states of the non-aligned movement have to say, what their stand is on the issues to
G77 plus China. First and foremost, what is this? Now, this happens to be the largest intergovernmental organization of developing countries in the UN. Of developing countries within the UN. Now, what does it do? Which provides the means for countries of the South to articulate, and the word articulate, so it's a platform that brings them together, the countries of the South, to articulate and promote. They're able to articulate and promote their collective economic interests and enhance their joint negotiating capacity at all major international economic issues. Now, it consists of 134 countries.
Yes.
And was formed in 1964 in June, to be more specific, on the 15th.
Yes.
So now, looking at its definition, it clearly shows that it's bringing together these countries,
developing countries,
at the United Nations. And of course, we all know the power of United Nations.
Right.
Now, they found themselves that they have some commonality. But you see, numbers have value. Numbers move things. So, when they come together at the United Nations and they have issues that bring them together of common interest regarding the economy. If they are saying, here we are, countries of the South, these are our common issues that we want to be heard and addressed. But they also do this through negotiating, and then they are able to express them. So what going to see how best, there's a summit that is coming, it's called the Summit for the Future.
Right.
That is, I think, around September next year. So they are saying, what do we bring together so that when we go into such summits, we better present our situation, our stand on matters that affect us. It's more of looking at issues of development, despite the fact that also it could be a political organization, because when you see countries come together, that is political in nature. But what is their target? To ensure that they strive for what they share most in promoting the livelihoods of its people.
Great. Well, someone would have loved, of course, to know the difference between the NAM summit and the G77, and I think we've got a clear distinction. G77 is more about the economies of these developing countries, and then the NAM is about ideology, it's about politics. So the two words, it's politics, it's economy or economics, and that is where we draw the line when it comes to these two. Though, of course, they come hand in hand. We are discussing the G77 plus China summit, and also dubbed as the Third South Summit. I do have a bit of its program, and just to take you through, as of 21st January, the summit heads of state and government will be at the Victoria Ballroom from 2 p.m. There is going to be a meeting, and then at about, that is 2:30 p.m. Then 3:30 to 6 p.m. meeting of senior officials. You will be having remarks by His Excellency Pedro Louis Pedroso Kesta, who is the chair of the Group of 77 and China. Please do note that as much as we've just become chair of the non-aligned movement for the next 3 years, we are also going to become chair of the G77. And it can't be any timely, because as Uganda we need these things happening for us. And of course, through the program we'll be having a welcome address by Mr. Bagire Vincent Waiso, who is the permanent secretary for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also have the adoption of the agenda and organization of work, and then consideration and adoption of the outcome documents that is going to be taking place on the 21st of January 2024. But also we do have the spouses program as well. We do have the spouses program that is going to be visiting the Center of Excellence in the Pediatric Surgery that is in Entebbe. Activities have been lined out here. Travel to Entebbe Children's Surgical Hospital, arrival, ushering prayers and all that. We'll be giving you more of those, and that is going to be on the 21st. That is tomorrow on Saturday. And after that, of course, we'll be going further to look at smart partnerships, the smart partnership event. Now this day, that is still going to be at the Speak Resort and Convention Center in Munyonyo. Then we have the South Center event that is going to be taking place today at 14 hours, that is 2 p.m. We also do have the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development event that is going to be taking place tomorrow, which is the biggest highlight because it's literally the general start. These are build-ups into the 21st, which is the known, the communicated, officially communicated day where we see all these activities now taking shape. So tomorrow we are going to be seeing the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development event that is going to be at the Speak Resort Munyonyo. Then after that we'll have excursions to selected tourist sites that are available for all delegates to explore explore Uganda. Then we have the UNCTAD event, that is the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development event. And after that, the event, this event is organized by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. It will be held as a parallel in the summit, and it will be held to the plenary sessions meeting that will also be taking place on the 21st. So tomorrow we are expecting this UNCTAD event to take place, but in the middle there, parallel, we shall be having the plenary session meetings that will be happening from 2:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. Now on 22nd, that is going to be on Monday. That is when we shall be having the visit to Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center. If you notice, on this program, we are also seeing that tourism is one of the things that is being fronted because we are looking at a visit to the Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, and the program is herein. We shall be sharing it, especially as you've seen the days. Every day we've been sharing a program for the day, but just taking you through what is happening when it comes to the G77 summit. Now, please do note that also the G77 plus China summit has been a build-up from January 2023. There's been meetings that have been happening, events that have been happening, and this is what we would call the climax, that is also supposed to have a declaration, that is supposed to have a stand that comes out of it. Now, what so far of the meetings that have been held, what have we been able to have access to that is a build-up into the final that we are going to be looking at as of starting tomorrow and the remaining days to Tuesday?
Well, most of the meetings, like you said, have the real work is being done during closed door because these are high-profile meetings. However, when we look at the openings, the guests or the delegates give a hint that various representatives of what they really want to be discussed. For example, right from the opening of the senior officials meeting, you would see the guests, the various ministers of foreign affairs, bring out issues like of Palestine, bring out issues like the public debt, issues of climate change, and this has gone through. You see that there are common issues that are being fronted. So, this is what I think we can say, that Palestine will be an issue, even it will fall into the G77. The issue of the public debt will also go into there, and I think also the reforms. Therefore, their placement at the United Nations Security Council is also likely to be an issue there, because
these are countries under stemming from the United Nations. Yes.
And what these countries want is all about their economic interests to be enhanced and to have their capacity better.
Right.
So that where decisions matter and their members, can their voice be heard?
Equal representation as well.
Yes, can their voices be heard? Can what they're saying, we need to change this and move forward, be heard and action taken. Because these are the benefits why countries are part of this. These are the benefits why Uganda, we are part of the G77 plus China. No wonder China was adopted in China was adopted in 1994 to be part of the G77, the group of the 77. So it is all about, I cannot do it alone.
Right.
But when we come together, we have a strong voice. When we come together, no wonder have same problems. All we needed is to let the powers that pull these shots to understand that we are here, these are our challenges, and this is our view. You know, also that is very important. And this is our view. It is not what you think we need.
Right.
It is not what you want to give us. No, it is what we think and what we believe, that if you do this, we can be better. If you do this, we can overcome our problems. That is why they are talking about joint, articulate and promote the collective economic interests that we all have. So these are some of the benefits, because people may wonder, why are we here? Why are we there? Why are we again in the United Nations? It is a common voice.
Well, I was actually going to now dive into the conversation of what is in here for us as a country. One, someone would say, why did we invest so much money in having this summit? It's a joint summit, so in having this summit and hosting it, because as a host country, there is definitely costs to incur. And to some Ugandans, these costs may not make sense unless there is a catch that is going to help Uganda as a developing country do better. So as a country that is assuming chairmanship of the G77 plus China summit as well, my question now goes to what is in here for Ugandans. We've just talked politics and we are closing the political bit or the politics bit today, and we are now crossing into the economics bit or the economy bit. What is in there for Ugandans that we should be looking out for after the events are even done?
First and foremost, we must know that this is the first time we are having someone as the president of the non-aligned movement, but also who is going to be the 77 plus China. That is our president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Now, this means so much in global positioning as for a country. When our president, now I'm being a bit selfish, when our president stands on international forums, affect the region, but also indeed affecting Uganda, he has more opportunity to air out these issues. If it's at the UN and there is time for the chairman of NAM, chairman of the G77, to give a word, His Excellency, because when they go to these international gatherings, they are all presidents, by the way, and you see that sometimes also opportunity to address, opportunity to air out. It doesn't come just anyhow. But when you have these two positions, you automatically, there must be room for you
placed, yes,
to address. Look at the NAM, look at the G77. Not all heads who come are speaking. You will see that at the NAM we had the Azerbaijan given,
the outgoing chairperson, that is of Azerbaijan,
to speak. Then now you see even today's program, regional blocks. So not every person who has come may have a chance to speak. But in this setting, our president has a priority to speak. And in this, he has the opportunity to air out issues affecting Uganda and the entire globe.
Right.
But also, having these conferences, it shows the confidence they have in the leadership of our country, but also the peace.
And you know, speaking of which, I've just learned that we have already started having these bilateral agreements that are being signed and discussed, not just between the member states of NAM, but also the member states of the G77 plus China. And yesterday, the president of the Republic of Uganda, that is His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, met with the president of Ghana, that is His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, and this was a meeting that. This was a meeting that was held yesterday, and discussions on bilateral issues in a bid to foster diplomatic relations between the two countries were held. The leaders on the sidelines of the ongoing 19th Non-Alignment Summit at the Speak Resort Munyonyo delved into matters of mutual interest, including the security situation in West Africa, democracy, economic integration, among others. President Museveni, drawing on his historical perspective, shared valuable insights on economic growth, emphasizing the importance of integration and self-sustainability, and all those things that we're talking about are very key for economic growth. He also went ahead and said, when we studied our struggles here in the 1960s as a students' movement, I remember point number 5 of our 10-point program, we used to say, building an economy which is integrated and self-sustaining, meaning that if you have got petroleum, for instance, it should be fully integrated vertically up to the final products and then horizontally. He advised His Excellency Akufo-Addo on economic growth. And on the other hand, President Akufo-Addo congratulated President Museveni on hosting the summit and assuming the chairmanship of NAM. Your Excellency, thank you for hosting us and taking on history, he expressed. President Museveni's election as the chair of the 19th NAM Heads of State and Government Summit marked a significant moment. During the conference, he succeeded His Excellency Ilham Aliyev of Azerbaijan, and that was partly a summary of the conversation that happened between the president of Ghana, that is Nana Akufo-Addo, and our president, speaking economic growth, speaking self-sustainability, and this is a conversation that is embedded in there. When you talk about NAM, politics plays a very important role, because if a country is not secure, definitely it's going to be threatened. Yes.
And I'm very interested and happy that he met the president of Ghana and Uganda. I know when you talk about NAM briefly, you cannot talk about NAM and you don't talk about Ghana. Right. Because when you go back to the Badang conference, that was in Indonesia, the likes of Kwame Nkrumah by then were very instrumental, and he's among the founders, the founding fathers of the non-allied movement. So even hosting, even having us staring for the next 3 to help it negotiate or push forward, and there for you, what is there for my people? Maybe business and all that. But on a broader perspective, these countries are not gathering in Uganda to drink coffee and go home.
Okay.
Neither that the heads of state have come for entertainment. No, they have come to discuss policies. They have come to look at issues
affecting the...
When we talk about the debt burden, when we look at budgets of this country, of these countries, look at Uganda's budget, how much of that money goes towards debt servicing? How much of our budget? It is over and over. Almost half of our budget goes to servicing the debt. Now, if these countries are meeting and saying, how do we handle this issue? How can we have reforms on these international financial institutions? If these reforms succeed, that will mean that the money government has been spending on servicing these loans, and we are into this as a cancer because of the framework and nature of these institutions, then government will use that money for something else. And
you know, you're talking about debt burden, and Ghana is ranked as the country with the highest debt burden, and Ghana has maintained its spot as Africa's most indebted country to the International Monetary Fund, and its debt increased by 35.5% over the time period under consideration. That is, and this is a report that was put out as of 19th September 2023.
So this is what you're saying, that a person in Ghana, a person in Uganda, if this is handled in these gatherings, let's talk about the conflict. You know, that yes, you may say a Ugandan, you know, when conflict happens, look at the influx of refugees that we have here. If these countries are meeting and discussing about peaceful resolutions, then the refugee burden is going to reduce.
Right.
Then the trade we are discussing, these countries are looking at development. That is why alongside activities we have trade and all this.
We have these exhibitions. And
you a farmer in Ichana Mukaka. Today you're seeing us on TV, you're hearing of NAM. If these countries discuss how best to trade amongst themselves, how best to remove these barriers. Now, your crops you're going to plant in the next season will need market, will do value addition. That is why earlier, before NAM, the Permanent Secretary Vincent Bajere, Minister of Foreign Affairs, said, we are looking at Uganda as a country that has coffee. How do our partners in this, for example, now we're talking about China, the G77 plus China.
Yes.
You know, how does China help a country like Uganda to add value and now export finished products?
And you know, we cannot avoid talking about the role of China when it comes to assisting some of the African countries and other countries in terms of development. We have had lots of partnerships with China, talk about scholarships, talk about the expatriates that come to work, a number of incidences where we can name and say that China has been pivotal when it comes to assisting fellow countries under the G77 to grow. We have seen different partnerships in different countries. Uganda here, China, we've seen Kenya, we have seen crossing over into Central Africa and Western Africa, and that is, I believe, this is why we have some of these, say, should I call them coalitions or partnerships and summits that are meant to help boost the economies of these countries. But now, as a country, Uganda, how do we use this? How do we tap into the opportunities that come with, first of all, holding such events successfully? Let's agree that we have had these events successful. We've not had, if there's been any glitches, they were very minimal, and these are glitches that you can't have something perfect. But we can say that we have executed, especially the NAM summit, we've executed it very well. Now the G77 that is to be concluded on Tuesday, we are looking at how do we position ourselves to gain from this opportunity that we have got as a country.
First, even if I go to that, I don't want to leave China. All countries in the G77, away from just financial assistance, technological assistance, have so much to learn from China, how it made it to where it is.
Right.
Because soon, you may find that USA is no longer going to be the superpower. China is going to be the world's superpower. When we had the credit crunch,
right,
some countries were crawling, some even borrowing from China. So China in the next maybe 2 decades, if nothing happens, if it maintains this pace, it is going to be the superpower economically and everything. But China wasn't like that a few decades back. So these other partners have to learn what is it that China did to become what it is today.
Right.
To become that country that in all these states you can't move around and don't find anything made in China.
And you know the interesting part is even these countries that we look at in the West that that we look at as superpowers and all that, you will realize that when you do a bit of research on some of the products that are superior products, they are made in China and assembled in these countries. They are made in China for the market in the US, made in China for the market in the UK. Not all, but most of them. And you realize that China has a hand in there.
For example, the United States, many of its factories went to China. They wouldn't see why are they stationed in the United States. They went to China sometimes for the technology, for the cheap labor. So lessons to learn from this big brother, that away from the handouts, away from the corporations we are signing, how did this big brother make it in life?
Right.
How did he make it to be there? Now, how do we best position ourselves? Because opportunities come to those who are prepared.
Right, as we are trying to wind up.
One, whatever is being discussed, how do we ensure that these summits will be remembered for history to happen? In all years, today we are talking about the Badang Conference. This thing happened in 1955, but it is still remembered today. So how do we make this memorable? That you've had declarations, we've had so many G7 summits, but this was unique because the outcomes of it caused this impact. Now it will open up doors for more such to happen here. Right. But also the people. Yes, there have been some opportunities that have come along. How do we ensure? First, maintain integrity. These investors that have come here, let's not be the people that are going to show them, if you're dealing with Uganda, this is how they evade tax. This is how you go away from registration. This is how they have come in, and then we begin frustrating them with a lot of bureaucracy. No wonder the president set up a committee to protect investors in this
yes.
country.
I actually recently saw it.
Yes.
I was
Investors Protection Unit.
Yes.
Because they would come,
And some would get even scammed.
And scammed, then give away, then a person is coming with about 70 billion, then someone technical staff wants to get $1 billion out of that, another wants 30. So we will not have got it, because investors move globally. If you make it hard for business in Uganda, they will shift maybe to Rwanda, maybe to Tanzania, and even above. So what is our integrity? Our nature of handling these foreigners? Because away from the politics, for us we are looking at the economic development of our country.
You know, as you were speaking, as I was just trying to conclude, in my take home would be that we need to be more organized as a country in terms of how we run business, and in terms of and also look at ourselves internally. You know, you talked about integrity. Let's talk about being organized. Yeah, let's talk about how ready are we for any opportunity that comes to us from this summit. But I'm also looking forward to what is going to happen for countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, that, you know, that are that are part of the G77. I'm looking forward to a time when they get out of conflict and out of this poverty that we are seeing in these countries, and do better, because at the end of the day, you cannot be a developing country all these years. So we need to take up.
Actually, that one is not a developing; it's a poor country.
It's a developing
it's
country.
Among the poor nations of this country.
It is, and that's what I'm saying. As we are seeing these summits draw closer, as we are seeing people, you know, put eyes on Africa, put eyes on Uganda, the neighbors should be able to gain something from in there. And that's the point where I say I'm looking forward to what is going to come out of this summit, not just for Uganda, but for countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo that have suffered for very many years and need to see some growth and development come their way. Now, Chirabo, we are seemingly out of time when it comes to the discussion on the G77 plus China summit. I don't know if you have any final remarks for us, anything we should look out for, and are you going to be here tomorrow?
Well, that will depend on my producer, if I'm going to do rumor mongering tomorrow or if I'll be away. But very importantly is for Ugandans. This is a very great opportunity that has come our way as a country, where we shall be chairing now the NAM and the G77 plus China summit. Now, opportunity comes to those that are prepared, and to the people, the heads of states that are going to be deliberating. Let's ensure that we only don't come up with declarations, outcome documents, but
and
we
everything
have
stays on paper.
Successful implementation. Because when you listen to these guests, they're talking about very passionate issues.
Right.
But after putting a book together, what next?
Right.
How do we move forward?
Great. Thank you so much, Robert Chirabo. You have been watching the special broadcast of the Non-Aligned Movement, and just is what ends. We are still here to give you updates. Do note that the final day of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit is today at the Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort, and we are there already making sure that we give you the updates of the final outcome, the Kampala Declaration, and also the Declaration on Palestine. That means that we are going to be knowing where does the Non-Aligned Movement stand when it comes to issues to do with Palestine. Do stick with us. My name is Chantal Olive Akandinda, and we are out for now, but moving on, you'll be getting more updates from the Munyonyo Commonwealth Center.
buli munya-uganda nayetenga amakulu marungi. UBC West erina amakulu marungi kandi agali kwesigwa. Leero za puroguramu zaayo ziri omulunya kitara hamwe n'olufumbira. UBC West eine tekinologiya ey'omulembe eri kugibaasisa kuhika omu bicweka byona omu ihanga nangu naherye. Kisoro 97.7 Fama. Kabari 93.7 Fama. Hoima 99.1 Fama. Kampala 5.7 Fama. Mbarara 97.4 Fama. Footpoto 98.8 Fama. Masindi 5 Fama. Kurikiriza UBC West ohurire embaganiza. UBC West empika huna.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Juko. Yo. Wachiko. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Uganda, haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
The 38th NRM Liberation Anniversary is a day when we remember our countrymen and women who fought for 5 years to liberate Uganda from the political anarchy that had characterized our journey since 1962. The NRM government has registered a lot of achievements in democratization, prosperity for all, social services such as roads, health services, education, access to markets, among others. This year's celebrations will be held in Jinja City on Friday the 26th of January 2024 under the theme Building a Uganda that we all cherish. UBC will broadcast the event live on television and on all our radio networks.
The energy of this land comes to life in dreams and memories. It lights up in these nights and leads us to new horizons. It pushes us to go further and see bigger. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
Empowered by Africa.
Oryx Lubricants, powered by Africa.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Colonel Edith Nakalema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
To access the portal, log on to protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug or visit our website www.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Email us on info@statehouseinvest.go.ug or call us on 0326 100630. Visit our office at Lumumba Avenue, Plot 51B, Nakasero Hill, Kampala, Uganda. The State House Investors Protection Unit, empowering investors.
Rick, come and see my new home.
Are you looking for the best quality paint for your dream home? Be part of the new revolution with our Global Paint Silk Vinyl that gives you beautiful, shining interior walls, as WeatherCoat gives you never fading and strongly guarded walls against bad weather conditions. Located along Namavi Industrial Park, Global Paints, a reliable product.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Chimanyiddwa buli 14 February omwaka gwonna ebeera Valentine eyaluna egenda kuba ndala nnyo. Tugenda kubeera mu Love Legends Valentine ne Victor Rose ku Kingdom Kampala ng'abanaakeerako okusasula bajja kusasula omutwalo gumu, ate abalala emitwalo 2, VIP emitwalo 5. Abanaakeerako okusasula emmeeza bajja kusasula kakadde, ate wali ku mulyango $2,000,000. Mujje twekuba ma love ku Kingdom Kampala ku Valentine's Day ne Victor Rose.
Nebiwagirwa Star TV. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
My guest is Dr. Samuel Kazuwe. Thanks for joining me on the show.
Thank you, Timothy, for having me.
The tension is high in the capital, Kampala, Doctor, about these two conferences that are going, these two heads of state summits, the G7. Getting to the facts very fast. Why do you think that, from your own look of things, why do you think that Uganda is hosting the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, which actually has the biggest membership, almost more than the UN? It has more than 122 countries.
Not really. To correct you slightly, it is the second biggest global organization after the UN, because the non-aligned movement has got 120 members, the UN has got 193. So the non-aligned movement is just second to the United Nations. Secondly, the tension you talked about, from where I stand as a common person, is not necessarily about what is going to be high-profile meetings, but the tension is about the adjustments we are making, the paving of the roads, the shifting of populations along the roads to Munyonyo. So people are in a panic mode, because their businesses are going to be affected in one way or the other. Some houses have been put down. So you're having two perspectives from Ugandans. There are those that are thinking about what the discussions are going to be about in Munyonyo. But then there are also those people who are mostly concerned about the changes that are taking place. To your question, why Uganda? Quite a number of reasons. One, Uganda has been a member of the non-aligned movement since 1964. And we know pretty well that this movement was started in 1961 officially, though meetings that led to the 1961 agreement started way back in the early 50s. The most important meeting happened in 1955, but we know during the Korean War, the South versus the North, and you had socialists on one side in the North and the capitalists in the South. So discussions of being non-aligned started then, concretized in 1955. And that 1955 meeting heralded into the 1961 agreement that finally results in the formation of the non-aligned movement. So Uganda has been a member for this long. But the other important point is that the non-aligned movement had almost collapsed after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. It has held sporadic meetings since then, but without any meaningful outcomes. However, the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war on 24th February 2022 added some fuel to this sleeping giant. It reawakened it because the main countries involved started coercing other members, especially in the global south and Asia, to see that they join their bandwagons. So that's how new momentum came up, that we need to go back to the original idea of the non-aligned movement, that when big elephants are fighting, we shouldn't take sides, because that was the original idea. Now, when the war broke out in Ukraine last year, since then we've had several difficult discussions, contentious discussions, heated debates about the global approach to the war. Russia and its allies have a different philosophy. United States and their European allies have got a different philosophy. So each time we've had resolutions that spite the other. And whenever these resolutions are tabled, especially in the General Assembly, everybody is waiting to see how members from the global south are going to vote, which puts leaders in these countries in a very difficult situation. And we finally saw majority choosing to be neutral, and Uganda neutral. So that makes it a credible candidate to host the non-aligned movement, because the war is still going on. You still expect several resolutions at the UN General Assembly, and Uganda has tried its best to toe the middle line, which happens to be the philosophical foundation of the non-aligned movement.
So now, what is its relevance if actually it cannot, its voice cannot be listened to on serious issues that you are raising, like the war in Ukraine, like the war in the Gaza, and yet we know for a fact that Russia, China, Ukraine are observer states in the non-aligned movement organizations.
From the very beginning, the non-aligned movement has been a bouquet of distinct ideas. It has been a bouquet of distinct ideas. So there seemed to be an agreement among the members that we shouldn't take sides. But even the neutrality wasn't uniform. From the very beginning, some members thought that this was going to be a grouping that was going to take a rabid stance against the West. Others said no, for us we are going to be purely neutral. But even the neutrality had variations from one state to another. The non-aligned movement has critical positions and vouchers for them. That has never been its position. The position of the non-aligned movement from the beginning was being neutral, and that being neutral is not a crime. Because you see, whenever there are global wars, the big powers want to coerce the small nations. I don't know if you remember the Bush mantra after the Al-Qaeda attack. In his So even before Bush made that statement, for many years the global powers, whenever they are fighting, they want others to join them. That if you're not with them, you can't be in the middle. So the idea of the non-aligned movement is just to comfort those that are going to be in the middle. That it's okay, you can be there without allying with anybody, but don't start a fight that you don't know where it is starting, for which you don't know the original cause, and you don't even know how it is going to end and its ramifications. So I think it is important to look at the non-aligned movement from that perspective. It has never been consistent, and that is its nature. It's called strategic ambiguity. And I will take you back to the history. It started in 1961, and some of the founding fathers were Jawaharlal Nehru of India, Tito of Yugoslavia, Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt. In the 60s, when the Sino-India War broke out, Nehru, who voted for neutrality, decided to ally with the US to get its military support. Several years later, his daughter Indira Gandhi, when she became Prime Minister of India, she chose to ally with the Soviet Union, contrary to the philosophical foundations of the non-aligned movement. Again, early in the 70s, Gamal Abdel Nasser, founding member of the non-aligned movement, allied with the US. In fact, since then until today, Egypt has been an ally of the United States. I mean, that would be contrary to the founding principles of the non-aligned movement. But if you dig deeper, that it was never meant to be an organization that was going to take strong positions like NATO, like EU, like the G8. Never. It was a loose organization meant to comfort members that were not comfortable to join bandwagons of wars. So if that is the original non-aligned movement, you don't expect it to take a strong stance when it comes to the Ukraine war, because in any case, what can it do? It's a loose organization as it is, even if you go back to the original agreement. There are no ground rules that enjoin members to do certain things. NAM has no authority to sanction members for doing A, B, C, and D.
So does this have any relevance to the global issues that are moving on?
It has, if you appreciate its formation, that its relevance is to give comfort to its members and doesn't go beyond that. Secondly, it also offers some economic opportunities amongst members. So the moment you over-exaggerate its importance, when you over-exaggerate the importance of the non-aligned movement, then it will be a failure. But the moment you appreciate that from the beginning it's a loose coalition, a Marwa group of sorts, then its benefits ought to be appreciated using that yardstick.
Almost a club of small dictators in Africa who want to maintain their positions and discuss issues that suits their interests.
In fact, the African Union might even be stronger than the non-aligned movement, because it can send troops to Somalia. It can arbitrate in quite a number of conflicts. Though it's weak, I'm not disputing the fact that the AU is weak, but in terms of implementation of some of its decisions, the AU is even stronger than the non-aligned movement.
Now, let us move on. When you look at this China, what do you think may be the interest of China and Russia in the non-aligned movement organization?
The interest is simple. Today, China is the second biggest economy. In other words, it's hegemonic contender number one. You have US as the hegemony, China is number two. When you go back to the hegemonic stability theory, whenever you have a superpower, according to that theory, there are countries that are struggling to displace it, and they are called hegemonic contenders. So China is hegemonic contender number one. So for it, the non-aligned movement offers an opportunity to reach out to these members to widen your sphere of influence as you struggle to displace the reigning hegemon. There are no tricks about it.
But do you think that also the presence of China and its interest there in the non-aligned movement, which may be economic oriented, partly poses a major threat to the economic independence of these non-aligned movement? More so when you look at many of them running to Beijing for loans, which in one way or the other have failed to service, and they are into doesn't that weaken what would be the economic independence of these affiliate members of the non-aligned movement? Because already Washington has won. Non-aligned movement members to be very careful with the debts, with the money.
Majority of the non-aligned movement members have been independent only in word and not in practice. They survive on grants and loans from the World Bank, the IMF, and we know who controls these Bretton Woods. It's not space science to know that majority of these members still survive economically on the global powers, either in the West or in the East. So what we see is another version of the scramble and partition of countries in the global South, be it in Asia, Africa, etc. It's just the scramble and partition, but in another form. So members of the non-aligned movement, if they were honest with themselves, would be thinking now of the second liberation. That we had an initial liberation where we chased away the white men. We now govern ourselves, but the people governing us are controlled by either people from the West or the East. So as the non-aligned movement sits, should be thinking about a second liberation. Because actually, if you want to talk about economic independence, you can't achieve it while running away from one donor to another. You can only talk about economic independence by thinking about self-sufficiency, self-sustenance, which doesn't seem to be the priority of the members as we speak.
Well, when we look at the theme of this year's Kampala Non-Aligned Movement Summit, talking about deepening their cooperation among affiliate member states, do you think that the 120 countries of the non-aligned movement organization have the capacity to address and find solutions to do with the good governance in their member states, democracy issues, issues of refugees, climate change? Do you think they have that capability without the assistance of the West?
I think the non-aligned movement has no capacity to achieve most of the lofty ideals they talk about day in, day out. One of the challenges they have is that it is too wide a group. I mean, it's like a United Nations of sorts. So you bring together members with ideas that are too distinct. That's where I started from. So in terms of economic approaches, military approaches, you can never have a universal agreement. So Success as a result of working together are usually much smaller. But how are you going to reach a universal agreement when you have 120 members? So that's where the problem starts. And I think it is better for them to admit that it is just a loose organization of members where you can sit, have a cup of coffee, a glass of wine. 2 or 3 members can have an opportunity to network. That's the only realistic thing you can get out of the non-aligned movement. But there's nothing you can get out of 120 members. What are you going to discuss conclusively? How and how?
Without the economic muscle.
You can't even if there were no external interferences, there is no way you can reach an agreement. Because you see, the challenges of those from the Maghreb region in Africa and those in sub-Saharan Africa are different. The challenges of those from the Caribbean are different. The challenges of the members from Eastern Europe are different. The challenges of the members from Asia are totally different. So how? It's too wide a group to agree on smart objectives that can be achieved. That's the challenge
now,
with it.
Where does it leave the future of this club of 122 countries?
In fact, I consider it largely dead. And that's why I said, in 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, because the only time when the non-aligned movement seemed to be a little active was during the Cold War. And not that it was fighting either on the side of Soviet Union or on the side of the Western countries. No. But just it caucused and brought members together that were not comfortable to be allied to either of the conflicting sides. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, it virtually died. So what you're seeing today is an attempt to flog a dead horse. It would be better to agree that this is a loose organization. Even in a loose organization, there are many things you can benefit. There are benefits in many loose organizations, even in our individual capacities as people. There are many groups where we just sit in the evening and have a nice conversation, but it's beneficial one way or the other. Somebody comes up with an idea of how he started a small business and you pick it up and you go and implement it. So I'm not saying that they are not, you can't have any benefits within the non-aligned movement. But for you to assume that you can achieve things that are achieved in SADC, in the EU, in NATO, is wishful thinking.
Well, moving away from that, Russia, we tackled slightly the interest of China. When you look at Russia's interest in this club that we are calling the Club of 122 countries, the non-aligned movement, into that non-aligned movement?
First, China, I have said, would want to use the non-aligned movement to widen its sphere of influence. First economically, then politically. Because you see, for you to become a superpower, economic might comes first. The US became the richest nation in the world, and it took it 70 years to become a superpower. So China has got a long way to go. It's economically number 2. So it would want to become the number 1 in terms of the economy.
We're talking about Russia.
That's China for one. Russia has many more problems. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, it struggled and struggled. But under Vladimir Putin, it has started to come back to the global stage. The challenge it has is for you to penetrate these members and widen your sphere of influence, you need to have some resources and some money, which money Russia doesn't have. Even before the outbreak of the Ukraine war. It doesn't have the money China has. It doesn't have the money that the United States has. So it becomes a little complicated, but it is also trying in small ways, but by engaging militarily and work.
Sudan's are looking at Russia's interest in the non-aligned movement because these countries have been a bigger market for its arms dealing company, the Rosebone Export. They sell much of their military equipment to many of these countries in the Asia and in Africa.
Yeah, but it's not a market for only Russia. It's also a market for China. It's also a market for the United States. And majority of these countries are dealing with both countries. I mean, Egypt, in the lower part of the Middle East, is the biggest recipient of US military aid. But it also gets Russian military aid. And that's the nature of members of the non-aligned movement. For them, they say it's okay, we can deal with both. So I see it as a normal trend for Russia to continue to look for markets. Whenever an opportunity arises, Russia will seize it. And the non-aligned movement is one of those opportunities that Russia would want to seize to widen its sphere of influence.
Don't you think that Russia's the appetite for acquisition of military equipments from the non-aligned movement countries from Russia, and Russia's interest to further arm these countries poses a major threat to the West?
I think we also over-exaggerate the importance of Russia. Every time people today talking about Russia think they are talking about the Soviet Union. Are you aware that during this 1-year war, Russia had to look for drones from Iran, had to look for military equipment from North Korea? So it also needs the military hardware for its own survival. So it has no capacity to supply all these countries. It has no capacity to supply all these countries because you see, you don't have military companies that are dedicated to produce weapons the way you produce biscuits or sodas. In fact, that's why in countries like the US, a president has got executive authority to even divert some manufacturing companies in times of war to move away from manufacturing whatever they are manufacturing to manufacture things that can assist in the war. Why? Because under normal circumstances, you can't keep manufacturing military weapons. And in many instances, these weapons are manufactured on order. So you order and it will take years for some of these weapons to be manufactured. So I think we shouldn't have exaggerated the importance of Russia. That it has stockpiles of weapons and it is stuck with them, it is looking for one to buy these weapons. In selling weapons, Russia is not only looking for money, but it is also looking for strategic alliances. That's one other benefit. So the benefit is not necessarily for just the market, but strategic alliances with these countries on the African continent, in Asia, and elsewhere for its geopolitical survival.
So in our last parting minutes, let us talk about the G77 plus China. Africa has a debt to China of close to 650 billion shillings. The West has kept on warning that China's investment in Africa is not sustainable, given their past experience. When the UK heavily, of course, had many of the colonies here, time came when it could not sustain its investments here and had to leave for the countries to take on their own independence. So do you buy into the analogy of the Western powers that China's investment in Africa so far, that stands at a rate of $65 billion, is not sustainable moving forward?
I don't think it's not sustainable on the part of China. China benefits a lot by extending loans to Africa. In fact, the benefits are huge. And its loans are more enticing to African leaders because they are not tied to things like human rights, democracy, corruption, etc. So I don't think that China is involved in a losing game. In my view, it is Africa which is losing by thinking that the loans from China are cheaper and have less restrictions. Yet in the long run, they are worse. My point is, Africa should be thinking about it's not necessarily a bad thing to get loans, because we know that even the US
indebted to China.
Is indebted to China. Even China is indebted to many other countries. But what kind of loans are you acquiring? And what do you use with those loans? I think it's the African, that's where the problem lies, especially on the African continent. The problem is not necessarily with the loans, but it is with the type of loans and what you do with the monies you've gotten from the Chinese banks. Once we sort that out, I think we would be able to put our houses to order.
Well, Dr. Samuel Kazue, thanks for being part of this interactive news segment where we discuss issues that affect the people, and we also host people of sound minds in the run-up to Uganda hosting the Non-Aligned Movement Summit in January next year, and the G77 plus China. Thanks for being part of the show.
My pleasure.
And we wish you the best of luck. To our viewers, have a good night.
Hello, our dear viewer and listener on the other side of radio and TV. We welcome you to this special edition of Non-Aligned Movement. We are still here as UBC, making it a point to inspire you, educate you, the people of Uganda, about Non-Aligned Movement and some of the things that have been taking place from the time we started Non-Aligned Movement from 15th up to this day that we are reaching its climax on 20th January 2024. Many things have been discussed, but in this panel we're going to look into the details of how significant, important NAM has been to the people of Uganda, to the people of East Africa, to the people of Africa, and also the global citizens. What ways does NAM contribute in fostering cooperation and dialogue among nations, especially now that we have tensions among member states across the globe, across the region? Member states are here and fully represented. The Palestinians, the Ukraine, we see Yemen now, and what is NAM really putting on table to make sure that these global citizens have peace, find peace, and also live together. We are talking about equality. We have put together a very special team of guests that are going to understand more about what really NAM is about and how we have benefited the people of Uganda. You know, when it was starting, we all expected to harvest, but are we going to harvest according to what we saw? So we're going to understand more and from the panel that I have in the studios of UBC. It is a privilege and honor to have Honorable Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Rufeka Byanga. Interesting having you here and for the good work you have done in this country, but especially in the time we had non-allied movement.
Thank you very much, and good morning, viewers and listeners, because I understand we are both on TV and
yeah, sure. Radio. Yeah, sure. A privilege and honor also to have Captain Francis Babu, a pilot by profession, a businessman by experience, a politician, cadre, and also a leader in different capacities. Welcome on the show.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for inviting us. And I hope our audience will enjoy the program. And it's great to be here. And we hope we will enjoy the program.
Interesting. On different follows, also the academicians were raising concerns that they have not been really incorporated and considered in the NAM activities. And we have a privilege and honor to have a senior businessman, but also coming from an academic institution. Dr. Bill Nketo is the Dean of Faculty of Business and Management, coming from Victoria University. Privilege having you on the show.
Thank you for having me, and I'm excited to be a part of this. Thank you so much. Yeah.
How does NAM balance its commitment to non-alignment and the need for economic and security partnerships in the globe? We are going to go deep down the rabbit hole of all this. And let me start with you, Honorable Byanga. For the people of Uganda that are outside there watching radio, if you can help us take through the roadmap from the time we started 15th after this time that we are reaching the end of non-aligned movement.
Thank you very much, our moderator. First of all, as Ugandans, this month we have been privileged to host 4 summits now, which are coming in a row. First of all, we had the speakers and presiding officers summit, which ended. Then immediately, NAM came in, and which is ending today. And then we also had IGAD. While NAM was going on, we also had the IGAD, which also ended. And immediately after NAM, tomorrow, we are now ushering in G77. As Uganda and as East Africa and as Africa, this has been a very big privilege to host these big conferences. And I would like to tell the listeners that for us to be able to apply and they accept our application to host, it is a vote of confidence in the management of this country, first of all. It means the leadership of President Museveni and NRM is doing well on the global stage. So for all these conferences to be in 1 month, 4 of them in a row in this country, we should be proud as Ugandans that now the global world recognizes Uganda as a very peaceful country, as a hospitable country, and as a country where people can go and discuss. And also, it is a confidence in the stewardship of the leader in the name of President Yoweri Museveni. NAM itself has attracted the official nations under NAM are 120, but we received 117 delegations, and leading those delegations were 28 presidents, 5 vice presidents, and 8 prime ministers. And then the rest of the delegations have either been led by ministers of state, and ambassadors. But at least out of 120 nations, we have 100 and we also had 10 observers, the observer nations who are not necessarily members of NAM, who are here. And these are at a ratio of 1+5, one leader of delegation plus 5 people. There are some delegations. So there are so many people in this Kampala. From the diplomatic side, I think we are there now to enhance our diplomatic reputation, and as a country which can lobby and host all these. And then from the visibility side, this is our time as Uganda to showcase ourselves, to showcase what we have, because all the international media and all viewers are glued on Uganda and NAM, because NAM attracts so many, all those 120 countries, and every person in their country is interested in knowing what is taking place here. So it is a time for us to showcase ourselves in terms of what we have as far as investment opportunities are concerned, tourism, all that, and I think we are doing a lot. Even UBC, I think I've loved UBC. They are now glued to NAM 24 hours, giving step by step what is taking place. And obviously there is a lot of networking. It's only probably listeners out there shouldn't think NAM is like a meeting which starts from morning to evening, but there are so many side meetings which are taking place. We had the business forum, for instance. We have had the women in agriculture forum, and the business forum attracted so many investors from both out and inside Uganda, and we had the opportunity to showcase what opportunities are here. Our ministries, departments and agencies were there. Nigerian Minerals was there to showcase what is in their sector. Trade, industry and cooperatives was also there. Uganda Investment Authority was there. We had the UWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority, and others. But also we had also the private sector in that business forum, and some private individuals also showcased what is taking place here. One of the interesting entrepreneurs who I saw presenting was Mzenzei of Crown Bottling Company, showing how he started and how he has progressed and where he is now. It was so exciting to see starting small, and then you become an investor in one of the most popular brands. So and then we have also our tourism sector, which is still a bit virgin. It was time for us to showcase all our tourism destinations, and it was ably done by the Uganda Investment Authority. So now we should be expecting more tourists. And then Uganda Tourism Board is also on site, mainly in Munyonyo. And Munyonyo, which are taking place. But also this NAM has brought together so many nations and to interact with Ugandans. So my appeal to Ugandans is, one man said, your networks is your net worth. It is time for networking. We shouldn't wait for government, what are we going to benefit? The benefits are there so long as you have networked properly. And therefore, we should really use this chance to network. We should use this chance to make deals, investment deals. So far, NEC has already made one, which I can talk about, with a Turkish company. They are going to to jointly invest into the NEC industries. And there are so many other memorandums of understandings that have been signed. Our sector for research of ICT, we have had so many people getting inquiries how they can come in the telecommunication sector, how they can come in the ICT sector, and we are partnering them with the private sector because our economy is entirely private sector led.
Okay.
Yeah. So 120. G77, though they call it 77, now it is around 135. And that is the biggest that is the biggest block in the UN. So now it is time for us to network. But solutions.
Okay, I'll get back to you, Honorable.
I think we should come to that.
Yeah, interesting. If I can bring in Captain Francis Babu. And this for non-aligned movement, to the people of Uganda, have we really showcased tourism? Have we really the people of Uganda, like Honorable is saying?
There's a global trend in the world where people, the world is becoming small. It is becoming apparently very important for countries that started many years ago to become together. In 1961, many years ago, and the president gave us a very nice historical background on how the non-aligned movement started through up until now. With technology improving and we're going into the fourth industrial estate, the communication and all sorts of things are changing. Countries have got to get out. There is a trend. Countries are improving facilities of every kind. Today there's what they call conference destination, where countries have used their expertise to create an environment where international conferences can be held. And it's becoming apparent that it's not only tourism that can do that. We can do it using conferences. We can do it using medical facilities. We can do it using other facilities which we offer to the rest of the world. In the world, we have different organizations. The biggest is, of course, United Nations with 193 countries. NAM is one of those that comes second, and of course the G77. These are organizations that bring people together because of the requirements. There is something which we talk about, it's called the conflict theory. Everywhere in the world, including in your home, there is a conflict. It's the way you manage it. So countries are coming out with new methods of managing some of these conflicts. In the 1961, one of the ways they could get rid of that conflict was to start NAM, then the non-aligned movement. As we went on and on, as the nations changed, we now came up into the development area. The Western countries came out with the G7, they came out with the G8, they came out with G20, and the other countries also came out with G77, plus China. So these organizations come out because of the requirement, because of what you want, because of the conflict, because of management of society. And therefore, Uganda, being a member of all those organizations, and for some years now, and this was even before COVID, they tried to interest the others about Uganda. Job to do. First of all, they've got to stay within the international community. They've got to be there. Secondly, they've got to market this country. Thirdly, we've got to show people what we can do. Now, one of the things that is extremely important, people never talk about, Uganda has got certain qualities that other countries don't have. Uganda probably is one of the best hosts in Africa here. Our cultures.
The hospitality industry.
That's right. We've got that in our DNA. We know how to host people. Our cultures really invite others to come. In fact, I can tell you that after this NAM, a lot of these people will now tell you that Uganda is a different country. I have traveled throughout Africa. I want to tell you this, that Uganda probably is one of the best countries on the continent. And therefore, as Ugandans, we must be proud, first and foremost, that our government, in the leadership of our president, has managed to bring these people here to come and see us. And we should show them what we are. By the way, selling is not only commodities. No. Social capital is extremely important, where the community is recognized as a community that has got hospitality. A lot of our people have a problem, and this came during one of our regimes. Get out of it. What you get out of it is social capital, whereby you're respected. Many years ago, when we had problems here, you would go to an airport and people would say, oh, you come from that country. Oh my God, what sort of country is that? Today, after this NAM, they're going to say, oh, you come from Uganda. You will see a different aura. So we need to change. And therefore, the president has given us that ability. People have come here to visit us. And I would like to thank him for his speech. His speech brought out two things. Some time ago, the Pope came out with something called Let's Move Together. I think it was last year. And the church, one of the churches here says, let us move together in a communion, as a community. I was very impressed when I saw the same NAM saying, let's deepen and move together. Now, is this divine? That everybody is saying that we should now move together? The president has committed himself with that speech. There are certain things he says must be done. And therefore, the president will have to put them using all the managers in government and leadership to make sure that the government is seen to do what he said. It might not be a directive, but it must become part of those who say, what are we? I was listening to one of the members saying that their countries are even willing to give us some scholarships for some of our youth students to go in their country. I think that country was Azerbaijan. Now, we never knew what Azerbaijan was. Now we know. They also know us. So, this meeting is extremely important. It puts us completely on a different roadmap, and we must now learn how to get along with other people. And probably there's something we've learned from there. Can we unite our country so that we follow that same theme which is within NAM?
Interesting. Thank you, Captain. Dr. Bill, yes. I'm glad that you are coming from two fronts. Yeah. One, from the business perspective, yes. And two, you're an academician.
Yes, please.
And we're going to really understand from you, yes, what NAM is about in terms of business, but also you academicians have been complaining that you have not been brought on board. The significance of NAM on your side.
Okay, thank you. It's quite significant. That goes without saying. And if I pick it up from the theme, deepening of global cooperation for shared, deepening of cooperation for shared global affluence. And how do you deepen? And the key stakeholder, in my view, the academia, has been left out. That's okay. It's not given probably the due attention, in my view, it deserves. Many of the academic institutions are going to form research agendas. Some are being formed a few for summits like this, means that there is need to revisit the presentations that are being made, the publications that are being made, are the ones that are going to form guidance to the policies that have to be made. So that's where we feel a bit left out, but it's something we can always work out. It's something, maybe it's not too late. It's something we can see, to read the papers, consult the relevant people involved, the relevant influencers, in as far as guiding whichever resolutions that are made, so that we participate. And the participation should help us form a new course of action on how we need to approach a number of things, on how we guide our students in terms of executing the business-related issues. Now, coming to the business side of things, just to emphasize what my seniors have commented about, this is such a wonderful opportunity. It's such a wonderful opportunity, and whichever inconveniences, the little inconveniences that are there, in my view, they are worthy compromises to be made for the entirety of the nation to get out of such a summit. My only issue is that, are we able to follow through? Are we able to, whichever countries we've partnered with, we're talking about 117 delegations out of the 120. In my view, that's quite significant. But are we able to say that, okay, 2 years from now, we have some 50 consolidated deals out of this? My seniors commented about the scholarships. Are we able to follow through? How many students have taken advantage of that? The business deals that have been struck, do we know where we have comparative advantage against any of each of the countries that have come? And as such, to what extent have we taken? That's the midterm evaluation. By the time Uganda hands over the chair 3 years, what shall we be looking at as a country? And after we've handed over that chair, what is the assurance that this continuity is going to go? So, meaning there have to be some budget revisions made as a result of the resolutions that are coming out of this. Probably in the next financial year, good enough, we are blessed to have our brother from the cabinet here. I get this feeling that there are going to be quite a number of inclusions, because I expect benchmarking trips. The benchmarking trips to go to the various countries that we feel they are priority to what we have to do, or what we have to offer, what they have to offer us, and we have to offer them. And at the end of the day, we carry it on from there. So in the next year, I expect a lot of exploring. The meetings can only offer so much. But when you go over there, you're able to copy, you're able to benchmark. I don't like copying, but there are certain times when the times are too short for you, and if you do not copy in this digital world, sometimes you're going to be completely left out. So that benchmarking at that high level, and it should be able to, when they come over here, they engage the stakeholders. Not to think, oh, maybe this sector does not make sense to us. Maybe it does not have a direct involvement. Now, it also goes back to reassessing who is relevant at this point in time. In as far as these resolutions are concerned, in as far as the documentation that has been made, is it worth it? Some of these things look doable when you just talk about them. But at the time of execution, a lot changes. Now, that requires serious concerted effort. So I'm looking at a situation whereby there is going to be a lot of consultations, a lot of trips. The government lately doesn't want many people to travel, but you can't make entirety of sense out of this unless there is a hands-on kind of thing. We realize it's a global village. We realize we can do online meetings, but some of these things require physical meetings, requires physical inspections. And from that we can benefit, and we create feasible timelines. Right now we can only assume, but at the time of implementation, some of these things can come out. And if every other stakeholder can get involved, then at the end of the day, we are going to see results. And I want us to do the measurements, having done the formative, monitoring, and then we can do a summative, maybe evaluation of certain projects whose targets were probably 5 years, whose impact times were maybe 3 years, and we are able to tell a story that actually this is as a result of NAM. Otherwise, if we don't follow it through with such diligence, then it will be as normal as any other conventions, summits that take place in various countries, and hardly a tenth of the resolutions is implemented. And in my view, that's how NAM's relevancy is going to get back on course, because the resolutions that led to the form in Badang in Indonesia, eventually in 1961, in my view, many of them have been overtaken by events. Many of them were, well won by NAM. It really put in the independences. There are quite many. NAM being a key stakeholder, apartheid in South Africa. We can talk about so much. So I hope that diligence will help us take us to the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bill, and I'm glad, gentlemen, you have opened this discussion with good comments that we are all going to look into details. But Honorable Kabianga, looking at how much we have invested in this project, if I may call it a project, Non-Allied Movement Summit. You just mentioned about the returns and how we're benefiting the profits. How we benefited like the way we were expecting, looking at how much we invested right from the conference center, which we put a lot of money, that, and many other that we are facilitating and financing as the country based on the financial muscle that you know best.
Yeah, I think Honorable, my elder, Honorable Babu has brought it out very well. When you put money in a conference, it's not like going to grow cotton, that I will put money in 20 acres, then at the end of the day, I'm going probably to earn 200 million, I cut expenses and I remain with, say, 50 million. It's beyond that.
We had so many expectations in NAM, especially the people of Uganda and those that are in the business sector. But have we really?
Those ones in the business sector, some of them have cut deals with investors. These people who are in the conferences, all these guests are sleeping in our hotels. Very many guests. Our hotels, if you go there now, they are busy and they are earning money. They are eating food, for instance, if I can go as small as that. They are eating our food, and this food is coming from, Matok is coming from Angole, from Kabarole, the oranges are coming from, say, Teso, the meat is coming from Chirura. So there is some trickle down of some sort. But what is very, very important is now Uganda will be looked at differently. That social capital, which the Honorable in life. If you in our language they say a man who has men, his own men, is the richest man, because whenever he has a problem, it doesn't need him having what? Money. But he has men. First of all, they can support him to solve the problem. Two, they can comfort that man. So Uganda
the
now.
The networking you talked about.
Yes, the networking which I'm talking about. Two, the people have come here. We pray that they go back safely. That will show the whole world that all these alerts which you have been getting, you have been seeing alerts, because you in the media, you are the people who normally get them fast and circulate. You know, Uganda is very insecure. There are even some delegates who were warned not to come. You're getting me? But now, hosting these 4 conferences will actually try to demystify those.
Them were just wicked.
Exactly. I don't want to say that.
All their enemies to Uganda.
I don't want to.
They were wicked and bullies.
Exactly. You see that, my brother? People start sending alerts. Don't come. And then people come. They spend here 10 days. They are safe. And they wait. Others are going to wait for G77. And they will spend even more than 10 days. And they go back safely. That one will demystify all those people who have been sending what? Alerts. Because they are sending them with a wicked sort of intention. They want to scare away investors. They want to scare away tourists. They even want the Ugandans to rise up and think the country is in wrong hands. It's not safe. So we have built that confidence now that look, Uganda is a safe country, and there is no one who can invest. I think my brother who is from university, because universities now are private, nobody can invest in a country which is not safe.
Simple.
The first thing they look at, is it safe? How is security? These others, the investment policies come last. But the first thing is safety of the country. So at least from that angle, we have really achieved. And obviously, our people now need to use this opportunity because we have brought so many nations in one place. Probably those ones you would be traveling to go and meet very far away, and probably you would spend millions of money to travel there. They are here now. You can come and we arrange for a meeting between you and them, and then you strike a deal. So this one is now like a marketplace. A conference, we don't only discuss political matters. This is now like what? A marketplace. Probably for you are a bit young, but for us, when we grew up, you'd meet in one district, there is one market on a Saturday. So you would even walk 20 miles to go to that what? To that market.
People from around 10 districts.
Exactly. They come for one market. It was a market day, which would really attract everybody. So if you want to see your relative, you would go there. If you want to buy a good shirt, you would go there. If you want to see your friend, you would meet them in that what? In that market.
A meeting place.
Exactly. So I would probably equate these conferences as the marketplace of that long time ago when I grew up. And I think in the times of Honorable Babu, it was even worse. It might have been one market in the whole region.
And once a week. Once a month.
And once a month. And once a month. So what we should do now is, since these people are now in one marketplace, let us use this chance very well. That's why my minister has been made fun of. He said, you continue smiling. He said, and they are drawing cartoons and so many, it has become a joke.
Smiling.
Yeah, people smiling. But I mean, he was saying, let us be hospitable. Ugandans, just as the Honorable Babu said, are people who are hospitable. This is the only country where you can survive without working. You just go to someone's home and
President
sit.
one time said that in Uganda, it is the only place where fools can live.
I will not go there, but it is the only place where someone can survive without working. You just go to a place after you have eaten.
Somebody must have annoyed him.
And then you say, and you do what? And you move. Because people are hospitable. It's not, sometimes it's not good, because it makes people lazy. But I want to show you that it's a place which is hospitable. But then you should also know that, as Honorable Bu said, the tourism is not about national parks. It's not about seeing the big five, the animals. There is also conference tourism. There are countries which I will not mention here whose cities have concentrated on hosting what? Conferences.
Correct.
Only.
Yes.
And they are minting a lot of money. But what did they do? They invested heavily in hotels and tourism. For instance, Addis Ababa, being the headquarters of OAU, there is a conference every minute. And they have now invested in hotels, in infrastructure, and they are minting a lot of money. There is medical tourism. India, for instance, there are cities in India
and Dubai,
and Turkey now.
Yes,
there are cities which are mainly hospitals. The whole city is made up of hospitals, and their work is to receive patients, because those patients will sleep in their hotels. They will spend, sometimes you go to India and spend 4 months sleeping in the hotel, eating food, and you are spending a lot of money. I went to a town, there's also, I think, education tourism.
Yes.
I went to a town in Denmark. It is a university. The whole town has 3 universities, and that is all. You can't see there even an industry. They have actually demolished a cement industry to put up a hostel. And I said, what? They said, yes, this cement now, we no longer need cement, but they are putting up a huge hostel. So it depends upon how we are going to take this. This is a learning lesson. For instance, what we should be talking about is all these guests, did they get good hotels to stay in? Were they comfortable? Now those are the feedbacks which we need so that we start improving. After this, we should now come up with another strategy that I think even in conferences, there is money. So it's not an issue. You have invested this. What have you benefited? You have benefited a lot. It is a learning lesson. It depends on how now we are going to strategically use whatever lessons learned to even improve more so that we attract more what? More conferences. And those ones who made deals have already made what? Deals. Yes. It's upon us now to follow the map. Probably what we should do is the Secretariat should document everything that has happened, including the smallest deal. And then the ministries, departments, and agencies should follow up. Because that is also another problem. You have linked me to Honorable Babu, but you know that was the first time for me to meet him. But following up, you still need me for follow-up. So now those are the things we should now start taking care of. I've taken note of what my brother, the academia, has said. You know, for me, when I'm here, I'm now getting feedback. I think we didn't do well in involvement of academic institutions like universities. Yes, they are there, they are participating, but probably you should have been in the core of organization, because most of the countries which have really developed, they have very strong universities which do research and development. So that is also something which I'm getting. The other time when I was here, I got something. Someone said, you are always on these TVs in Kampala. What about the local person in Kasese, in Chiboga? Is he knowing what NAM is? I think that's why I told UBC now, when we are on TV, please synchronize with 11 what?
Radio stations.
Now what is missing is local language. Probably now after us, you should now bring people who will talk in Uganda. Then probably another time we'll bring people who talk in Achol, in Luo. Because for us, at least as UBC, we have 11 radios.
And our radios are doing that.
And they are doing that. That was feedback. Someone said, but for you are talking in Kampala here. Who is listening to Honorable Francis Babu in Busoga?
Okay.
Because, you know, those are lessons learned. And the academia, I think I have taken note. I think next time we need to involve you.
Interesting. I'm glad that you have learned that and also you're going to implement that. Captain Babu.
Yes, sir.
We have been giving credits in NAM and where it is due anyway. But are there lessons that we can pick, like Honorable Kabianga has said, has picked two? Are there lessons that you've picked and observed ever since we started NAM on 15th up to this day that we are reaching its climax?
I'm sorry, we're not inventing the wheel. We're not going to the moon. These things have been done before. We are talking about a very simple thing, is that first and foremost, we've got to separate some of these things. There is business where a business is done because of profit. There is a business of development. There is a business of planning. Then there is a business of research. Now, I sometimes get surprised by Ugandans. They mix these things together. Government is supposed to lead us in development of a country, and they are supposed to go in areas where private business are not interested. Private business has got an eye only for profit. Government has an eye for development. And therefore, for example, when we're talking about conference destination, is a strategic industry where government must invest. It's a long-term investment which is not interesting the private sector. So when you put up a hall, they are not putting out a hall for one day to make profit. They are putting up a hall over a period of time to bring about what they would like to see in terms of that industry of development. Now, this is what Israel is very good at. Government goes in an area where private sector cannot go. For example, like building aeroplanes. Government would invest in building aeroplanes, and then the private sector will take it up once the industry has started moving. So they invest in research. They invest in strategic studies. Now this is known. It is nothing new. Therefore, my brother from the intellectual side has got to know that they must all make the initiative. The minister is not going to sit there when he's trying to guide the country to try and tell them that they should go and research. They should be the one to bring the program and say, we can do this research. Now, after this is done, after NAM has done, we shall take an audit. Where have we succeeded? Where have we had gaps? What do we need to do? Now, this is where they come in much more rigorously.
Research.
Yes. And say, what went wrong here? What was the gap here? Now, these are things that we can do. We've got the ability to do it because we've got research institutions attached to a lot of our universities. What we should say is that the research institution should be enabled to do this work. Now, for the other one, the one you're talking about, which is basic, petty, who makes profit immediately, that's extremely small. We have a bigger thing. This, for example, building that convention center at Munyonyo, it is not a one-day affair. We now finish NAM, we are getting G77, we are going to get another one and another one because the convention, the convention now is there. So we will not be fretting about a convention center. We already have one. In fact, we are going to say, no, that's not good enough. We need one around Rwenzori, another convention center. We might need another one near Elgon. So this is where the research becomes important, that when they do the audit and they do the research, they will be able to cover that gap. So let's go back now to the question you were asking about. We have got a lot out of this. First of all, we have learned how to run a big convention. Number two, we now know where we had weaknesses. How can we overcome those weaknesses?
From CHOGM 2007.
That's right. Mistakes we've made. Mistakes, by the way, teach you. And this is where I laugh when people say, oh, we've made mistakes. Of course we make mistakes. We are human beings. If we didn't make mistakes, then we're not human. And by the all things that we have invented, and I'll give you an example. I sometimes get a little bit disturbed. When they were making aeroplanes, most aeroplanes could not go beyond 10,000 feet. To make an aeroplane go beyond 10,000 feet, we had to make sure there's oxygen inside the aeroplane. To do that one, we had to make a special system called pressurization. To do that, we had to have a special aeroplane that could not buckle under pressure.
Every stage you reach, you learn something.
You learn. So they made the first aeroplane. It was called Comet. And they made it pressurized. You know what happened? It burst in the air several times. It's from that bursting that they learned, oh, wait a minute, we made a mistake. And it's from then that they made a good pressurized aeroplane. And today all aeroplanes are pressurized. So human beings learn from their mistakes. We've now made a convention center, and the minister and all his friends will know, oh, here there was a mistake, here was a mistake, we shall correct it next time, it will even be better. Now, if there's a human being who doesn't make mistakes, please show him to me. Even the president makes mistakes. We are not infallible. So, this research is talking about, and the audit that we'll take, we will know where we've gone wrong, and we shall put it right. And we shall see what benefits we have got, because you are now asking for benefit. We have to research what those benefits are. Okay, we've met a few people, we've done this, we've had a business forum, people have talked, people have they've done a showcase of this and that. The next question is, how is it going to benefit the country in the long term? It's not, now, this short term you're talking about, obviously 7,000 people, 700 people or 800 people, if you divided them in hotels, how many hotels had people after COVID where they did not make money at all? So that is common sense. You don't need to have gone to school even to know that one. Now, the people who stay in a hotel must be given accommodation, full board. Full board means that they've got to be looked after. Now, let's look at a hotel. Water is used, electricity is used, there are workers there, there's food there. How much money has been put in and how much money has been got out? The research comes in there. So, I want to say this, is that I think these meetings are becoming beneficial to this country. And a lot of these people are going to say, wait a minute, let's have another meeting in Uganda. So, after NAM and all that, who knows? We might even have G7 come here. Have you heard of the place called Davos? Davos has now become an international thing that every time you hear G7, you think of Davos.
Yeah, they even now. Even so now they are there.
Maybe when you think about meetings, you start thinking of Kampala. So this is extremely important. And I think we've got to be proud of ourselves. This is our country. I repeat, Uganda is probably one of the most beautiful countries on the African continent and probably in the world. The man who named it the Pearl of Africa was right.
Interesting. Thank you, Captain. Back to you, Bill. The president, if we are to go to the president's speech, at least from the comments, one would say that we have benefited as a country. But let's go to the president's speech and get some of the highlights, and perhaps to let the viewer and the listener on the other side of radio. President said that some countries or some pattern institutions are using temporary technology and science to oppress, manipulate the world. We in Africa, especially you from the research institutions, what are we putting on table to really tap into this virgin field of science and technology to make sure that at least when we are attacked, we are able to defend ourselves?
Thank you so much. Of course, time and again, some of these things are going to happen because probably no one is putting effort to ensure that certain implementations are made. What does that mean? Does it mean we need to restructure our education system to suit the current demands of what happens? Now, a conference like NAM, that we've had, just to relate what you've told me with NAM, we as a country, we have areas where we have strength. And NAM, with such a gathering, presents us to say, okay, where we thought we are strong actually, there are some other strong partners. Probably we need to concentrate to something else. Then we are able to get something much, much cheaper from someone who's already grounded. We are privileged to have India as a part of the NAM. How are we taking advantage of their technological advancement so that we concentrate on where we can? And how are they going to train us in as far as capitalizing and adapting to the current demands of artificial intelligence so that we do not need to start afresh and follow through? Now, that calls for revisiting the system. That's the deepening that I like about the theme. You deepen, you involve whoever has to be involved. But what is your area of strength? What is your area of weaknesses? Time and again, we will assume there are certain things where we are so strong, but the comparisons and the so many meetings that are going on actually put us in a situation of realize, I think we need to rethink this. So this is a time of rethinking so many other things so that we concentrate on areas where we have strength. And these I'll try to repeat after discovering. Of course, I also want to comment about the short-term gains out of the meeting. My seniors have already commented about these short-term gains and all that stuff. Now, how about the medium-term gains? Now, the medium-term gains is when we are going to make an assessment that actually we are being taken advantage of by the stronger powers because they have more awareness about certain things. They have more awareness about how things are done, about how the world is revolving. And as such, let's take advantage of the partners that have come during this NAM, know their strength. Given an example of India, we've been talking about Ethiopia that is hosting so many other conferences because of its positioning, because of the way it has carried itself. And we also need to gain a sort of culture, a sort of norm of how we must execute certain things that we are knowledgeable about. Where we feel we can take advantages of the resources that we do have, we want to take advantages of the resources that we do have. Is there any concerted effort that must be done? Yes. If it means training people to go to those specific countries, if it means giving scholarships, if it means subsidizing for institutions to take advantage of that, let's do it. Then within 3-4 years, we will be having a different story. And we'll be able to anticipate any of these challenges that are likely to come as a result.
Dr. Bill, we have all the resources that are needed in Africa.
Yes.
We have everything that it takes.
Yes.
But why is it that we are not taking
It's at the implementation stage where we're getting it wrong.
Who is supposed to implement?
Every other stakeholder on the while of the way, because there are particular, categories of individuals, particular categories of institutions that must take advantage. Now, we fail at the monitoring stage. We fail at putting together things where they're supposed to be put. Or sometimes the resources are delayed to reach those stages. Sometimes the resources reach and never get to do. And because of those delays, there are certain mistakes. Of course, we're not prone to mistakes. But the time when you do the mistakes, yet the technological world is leaving you behind, that means by the time you want to execute, whatever you're going to execute has been overtaken by events. Now you have to restart the cycle again. So we just need to be more expeditious. We just need to be quite fast. When we expedite these processes, it's going to go a long way. We want this. The procurement process has to be shortened. Everything has to be shortened. Who is involved, which stakeholders are involved, and the deadlines are met at the end of the day. But the business where we are right now, and certain resources are taken back to the consolidated fund because they've not been executed, I'm not so sure we're going to make the sort of headway we anticipate. The resources are there, but their usage and the processes that we go through sometimes are so prolonged, and that affects us in a way.
Our dear listener, for you who is still on radio, this is GBC Ground Zero. This is a very special edition of Non-Aligned Movement, and we have a big privilege and honor to have Honorable Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga, and we have a privilege and honor to have Captain Francis Babu, the pilot by profession, businessman, and also Ugandan politician, and also have a privilege to have Dr. Bill Nketo, Dean Faculty of Business and Management, coming from Victoria University. Ambede Amon Otega is my name, and this is UBC TV and all our 11 radio stations. Let's go to talk about the President's speech. Exploitation by the big powers. But among the objectives of NAM is to make sure that we non-align ourselves from the bipolar system, from the big powers. But we are still frustrated and manipulated by those that we have, the big powers. Is there any way Africa can deepen cooperation, as you said, to make sure that we stand out?
Yes. The president gave a speech which actually retracted his probably, he's a student of political science and history.
And history.
If there is any person who has a lot of history, it must be President Museveni. But there is one thing which came out clearly. The issue of us as developing countries coming out of the pre-colonial and colonial trap. Because he was like these kings of our time, these chiefdoms. They
but
were just,
have we come out yet?
I'm coming to that. These chiefs of before our times, they were expansionists. For them, getting more and more.
The empires and kingdoms.
The empires and kingdom, very expansionist, authoritarian. You know, they just want, they don't mind so long as they have enough empire. But then weak, they couldn't even defend those empires. Now the colonialists came, they were also expansionists. It was actually sort of the Commonwealth was sort of an expansion of what? Of the Commonwealth countries were an expansion of Britain. But for them, with an economic point of view. But our kings here, it was to be great. Politically, and that is all. And now he's saying we shouldn't also behave like that. We shouldn't also become expansionists. And you are saying not every conflict, not every disagreement should lead to war. Because nowadays every country, whenever you disagree, then it should be what? War. It's not. And that's what he called probably being ideologically shallow. We should think about economic expansion. Probably his way of expansionism should be economic. We create blocks which can create market and then which can also improve technology. That type of cooperation is the expansionism which he really wants. And unless we do that, these developed countries, those superpowers, will continue breaking us down and holding us at ransom. But we should also be happy that among us now, there are some countries which are coming up and building the economies strongly, like India. India is one country. If these superpowers are not careful, in the next 2 decades, it will be a very, very strong economy. Because first of all, it has the population and human resource is there, and has invested a lot in technology. So I think he was trying to show that, look, if we don't come out of the pre-colonial and colonial trap, and then we start thinking according to the modern dynamics of the world, we are not going to get out of this this trap of the superpowers and the developed countries. And I think Ugandans should take that message seriously, and also developing countries should take that message seriously. We have the resources, we have the natural resources, we have the human capital, but I think we have not yet enhanced them properly. We are still waiting for, we are still depending on these superpowers a lot, and there are some countries who are even scared of coming out loudly to say no. I think this is what we want to do as a country. But obviously, we also need, if you can read his lips very well, we also need to start looking at financing. Financing. I think President Ruto is the one who has brought it out clearly. We need to refocus.
Global financing.
Global financing. Because that's where we are getting another problem. The World Bank, IMF.
Is it possible?
It can. It is possible, because just as I've told you, now like World Bank and IMF, somehow owned by.
We have failed to manage our homes. Can we manage an extended community? Because at home we are still having a deficit budget, and we are still borrowing a lot. And looking at the debt burden that we have is really worrying and scary.
Now that's where NAM and G77 should come in, to say, why don't we collectively see what to do? Because now, like World Bank is more or less an American outfit, and IMF. So, but I've told you that there are some economies now, like India, China, which are coming up strongly. And obviously some African countries like South Africa, if there wasn't all this mess, it would be far, if there were no confusion. So, but I think we can. But what we need to do now is to cooperate as developing countries and see how we can guard against being ganged by these other superpowers. Otherwise, if we don't, they will continue managing us. We shall never come out of colonialism. We shall come out of political colonialism, then again we go into economic colonialism. Probably that's how I'm looking at it.
We are out of colonialism, Captain Babu, but we are ushered into another phase of neo-colonialism. We are rich as a continent. We have all the resources that we need, but we have not put them to use. We have not utilized them. And someone who has seen the advantage in this have come here and taken all the resources, and they are still taking. How can Africa position itself, and especially the member states of NAM, to make sure that they utilize and tap into the opportunities of these resources they have, rather than to be exploited by those that have not paid any coin to make sure that they survive?
Thank you very much. You know, I'm happy we're sitting with an academician here. There's a very simple thing. We don't need even to think about education. Human beings have got a trait of dominating others. It's called a domination syndrome. Those people, all they are doing, they are using that because they've got a few things that they were ahead of us and they are dominating us. Now, in fact, when you were ending, you were saying they're still exploiting us. Everybody knows they're exploiting, but nobody wants to talk about it.
And we're doing nothing about it?
No, we're not doing anything about it. It's because we don't know what to do. Why don't you just admit that you people are just... what is this young people are using a word nowadays? We are falas. Tulibafara. They're just taking advantage of us. The facts are very simple. We are the ones who allow them to exploit us. I am not
But
going
we have
to
the
put it on
capacity to stop them.
Oh, yes, yes. We've got to sit down and think. We've got to
Thinking
think.
is okay, but implementing what you have thought
Did
is
you
also a
know?
different
Did
case.
you know that all the things that they are taking from us, we're the ones who give it to them?
That's a fact.
Is a fact? Oh. Then we've got to sit down and think very hard.
Who will implement what we have thought?
Yeah, what have we got? For example, Uganda today has got a very big marbles in Scaramoja. Did you know that? One of the best marbles. You know, marbles come in colors, black, pink, white. The marbles we have in Karamoja, I am told, that if they were to be exploited, they're even bigger in terms of money than oil.
Marbles.
Marbles. Did you also know that we've got oil in Karamoja?
Really?
Did you also know that we have uranium in this country?
Yes, I do.
Did you know that we've got gold? Now, I've just talked about minerals without saying about anything else. How can we get those to be ours instead of bringing somebody else to exploit them? In this day and age, we don't know how to go about this. We need an expert from World Bank. Did you know that World Bank was started by a man, a very rich family called Rothschild?
It was a personal business?
Oh, it started and then eventually became the World Bank. The Americans controlled the biggest share of it. Do you know that the finance has been cornered, they control it? And it's paper finance, it's not even money.
Someone gives me a paper and I give a property.
Let me give you an example. The other day, I think last year, towards the end of the year, there was a big thing in the media that they were looking for the president and the Congress to try and approve a certain law so that American government could borrow money. Where does American government borrow money from? Have you ever stopped to think? No. When they say they are borrowing money, they are allowed to expand their money by printing more money.
More papers.
Yes, right. The dollar stopped being pegged on the gold a long time ago. So let us sit down, these experts, our researchers, please, and find out what is this game these guys are playing with us. The other day, just Tanzania found out that they were taking their gold without paying taxes. They stopped it. Suddenly the finances of Tanzania changed. What is it that they are doing to us that we are not seeing? We know what is being done. We just need to become a little bit more astute and get these things done correctly. And I'm very grateful to the president. He has taken a long time not to play around with this oil. He's been very, very careful and is going step by step so that this country can get some money out of that oil. So we've got the resources. Can we stop them from exploiting them, and the people of this country can get something out of it?
But still we don't have capacity.
We do. You're here. They can train all of you.
We're here. But
recently they trained the people. Oh, no, they have trained our people and they are doing a good job. All you have to do is to train the people. These people do not come from heaven knowing these things. They have to be trained.
But can't we do business? We have the resource already. They say, we are giving you this percentage and we take this. Or it is not going to work out that way.
You remind me of a very well-trained person by these people to think like them. Stop thinking like them. Start thinking like yourself. We like to think like them. Don't think like them. What is it? And this is where the Asian countries have become very astute. They think like themselves, not like the other people.
How do Africans think?
We think like them. When King Leopold sent these Europeans to Congo, he told them, teach these guys to become Christian and tell them that to go to heaven you have to be poor. The rich man will not go to heaven. He has to pass through the eye of the needle.
So they started selling everything they had.
So this is the way we want to think. I want us to think differently. I want us to start thinking. The gold we have in Mwende.
The marbles we have in Karamoja.
Yeah, and whatever. We don't have the expertise like you've said. Can we hire people to teach us? Can we afford to hire people to teach me how to get gold, smelt it, make bullions out of it, and sell it? What does that need to get somebody to teach me? The Indians do it, the Chinese do it, everybody does it. Why can't we train our people to do it? We've trained the people to do oil now. They've been trained in Scotland, they've been trained in China, they've been trained in different countries. They're here. That is what my man called Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore. He took people in his country and trained them to do certain things, and today Singapore has gone from the third world to the first world because of training.
So yet at one time we were at the same stage with Singapore.
That's right. But he took them and trained them. Today Singapore is competing at a different level. And by the way, Singapore has trained its people so much that foreigners now are doing the other jobs that they cannot do. So time has come for us, and I agree with the president, let's deepen the understanding, let us get together, let's train our people, let us exploit what we have. And people who go to heaven must also be rich. This business of saying poor people should be the one who inherit heaven. Let the rich people also inherit heaven.
When you're there, Captain, you face the consequences in one way or the other, especially by the big powers. For example, we are talking about wars.
Good.
Most of the places that we have wars are those countries that have stood out to defend themselves and their resources.
Really?
Are you not worried that
no,
giving us?
No. They come here, we shall give them a blood nose like they did in Vietnam, like what they have done in Afghanistan. We shall give them a blood nose. Even in Somalia.
But how long?
No.
Somalia has been
Listen. Vietnam taught us a lesson that you can be the poorest of the poor and beat the biggest man and put him on his back.
But you pay, there is a cost.
Oh, yes. Everything you pay. It is natural. You must pay a price. Baganda had the same. Okay? You must stand and fight. You must fight. And by the Ugandan, you must be proud of your country, and you must stop being told lies that you're the dregs of society. We are not. We can turn this country around. But we must also be honest when we are doing it. Ugandans must be honest to themselves that we can build it, and we can learn how to build it and make our country a better country. And that's what the president was saying. We don't like bullies. I don't like bullies. Do you?
I don't.
Yeah. So why should some guy come and bully us here?
Because we don't have capacity.
We do. What is it? You have 2 hands, 2 legs. He has the same. He has a head. What is it that we don't have? We have intellectuals. We have ministers. We can speak their language. They can't speak ours. So they're the ones who have capacity.
Arms, but for their arms are armed.
No. No, we know how to use those now also.
Can Africa defend itself?
Oh, yes.
In this century?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Why don't you ask what happened in Burkina Faso and Niger and all these places? Why don't you ask what happened in Vietnam? What happened in Afghanistan the other day? They ran and left all the arms in Afghanistan.
Why has that failed in Yemen? Why has that failed in Palestine? Why has it
No,
failed?
it has not failed. It's going on.
The country?
It is going on. They are going to play those games, and eventually they are going to give up. What I am saying, and let's get very clear. Let's get our act together. Let us follow the norm. Let us train our people, and let's do it honestly. The unfortunate bit, we still have a few dishonest people among us who work with those people. If those dishonest people who work with those people get out, we are able to work with them. Yeah.
Because if I can chip in, Americans don't come to fight.
No.
They can't even come to Somalia to fight. They send their cronies.
Yes.
They finance.
Proxies.
They didn't come to Libya. They used the Libyans themselves.
That's right.
So that's what Honorable is saying. If we cannot be honest, we shall fight them. Because they don't have the capacity to come here themselves. They must use someone.
They don't need to come here. They can be to their places because of the technologies that we just mentioned, and the President rightly mentioned it. They don't need to be here, Honorable. They can base wherever they are, and they are able to influence every...
No, that's social media.
Okay.
No.
Probably they can send a missile. Let me tell you, probably they can send a what? A missile. And
Captain, you know that there are missiles that...
No, they are there. But let me tell you, like now we're in Congo, we can go and hit ADF. But I'm telling you, we must have ground forces.
Yes.
Because why did we send UPDF to Congo if we can send?
Because we never had capacity to.
No, we have capacity. Excuse me. He has been watching too many movies. And
we have capacity. But
we watch too many movies and too many videos which are made by the same people.
No, at least you know the experience of Palestine and Israel, how it has been.
No. Don't please bring that one, because that has been a manna from heaven. They have told us how weak these people are. Blinken, the Minister of State, has said that Israel will never be able to win a war against Hamas. And Hamas, you supposedly, is weak, but they're at it. Israel is learning it's not that easy to defeat Hamas. And this Holocaust by the Israelis, I'm sorry, I'm not like other people. I'm not going to tell you that it is a genocide. It is a Holocaust. They want that land.
And Russia has declared that it is high time now we establish the Palestinian state.
The whole place is Palestine. There is no Israeli state as far as I'm concerned.
We're going
You
to
want a
come back.
two-state solution?
I'm going to come to that. Captain, how do you view the images
I
that
am
you
one.
see?
I am the extreme on the other side. That place is called Palestine until 1948. You should go back to Palestine, not two-state solution. That is American.
Where is the Israel land?
No, you see, some of us are also human beings. A country was called Palestine. A man called Balfour and his British people went there and divided and brought Jacob's house and called it Israel. The place is Palestine. So if the truth wants to come out, the whole place should be Palestine. The Jews and everybody can stay in a country called Palestine. Yes.
Interesting.
So you can see the difference between us and others.
Bill, let me bring you in. Let me bring you in.
Yeah.
President also yesterday said that Africa will have enough food. We're actually dying from food. The images that sometimes that people circulate are not literally or ideally translating that the whole of Africa. How true is that, and how can we survive? Can we really survive?
Thank you. I'll get to your question. Just wanted to chip in from where Honorable Babu left it. And I want to think about it. Of course, there is a radical side he's trying to look at, bare knuckles and let's take him out. But there are certain bilateral agreements we've gone into with these countries willingly, without anyone coercing us. And you realize we're contradicting ourselves in a way. The NAM conference is talking about one or two things. And we've recently signed certain bilateral agreements with these countries. These deals are going on. Now, these deals sometimes are not going to be broken, and that's a bit of a problem. Now, number two, the better way, in my view, to go forward, for the minerals that are not exploited, for the rest of the resources that have not been exploited, can we strike better deals when we do these bilateral relations, when we sign understandings with these companies, powerful companies like Total? Where do we gain more? But you realize the compromises is mostly affecting us as a country. So these are there are certain decisions we've made as corporations from this country, corporations from elsewhere, and as government, that are just walking us into the arms of the enemy. And some of these deals are long term, 5 years, 10 years, and by the time you walk out of them. But how do we correct that? Probably there should be addendums to make certain modifications so that we don't find ourselves in the countries talked about, the Burkina Fasos of this world, the Malis and all that stuff. They are not settled because of the earlier agreements that were stuck and they were almost for life. But now there is some bit of revising that is being done. Okay. Now, getting back to some of these things, I'll use the example I used earlier on. We have a lot of resources in Africa. Talk about food. Talk about the water, which we can use for irrigation. Talk about the human resource. Right now, we are, I don't have the statistics, we're supplying HR to the Middle East. But how can we make some of these things better? How can we train them better? How can the government address some of the issues that are involved, the mishaps that are going? Now, when it comes to things like agriculture, where is our priority as a government, as a country, when it comes to, you know, using the concerted effort? If there is, we know this is where we can, because of the abundance of resources, but there will be certain regions that won't get probably resources like water to irrigate. How do we lead it there? How do we prioritize it so that at the end of the day, no one is crying? At the end of the day, everyone has food. They have a balance to sell out. And at the end of the day, they have something to take to these NAM countries, for example, that have come. Probably there, I'm very sure there are certain food types. There are certain resources that we have locally here, and these countries do not have. And how do we take advantage of that? I've traveled around the world. I've had a chance. I've not tasted a pineapple sweeter than the one in Uganda. Maybe I'm overblowing for Uganda, but Captain Baba has done more already about that. Now, where do we sell such things? Can we add value to those tomatoes? Can we sell them as they are so that someone can have a live taste of some of these things? So,
interesting.
These are some of the issues that we need to address as a nation. We have made mistakes. We have taken ourselves to the arms of the enemy. That's where we're talking about hegemony. I liked it when the President of South Africa recommended for joining the Security Council. That's not an easy thing, because that's where you're going to have influence to veto certain things. Security Council. Because when you get into the Security Council, that means the areas where they have a lot of interest. By nature, like Captain said, superior human beings will always have to control. But it's just a matter of time. These are things we need to take step by step by step. It's not going to be an overhaul. It's not going to be an overnight sort of change that for us to see. But going forward, any other bilateral deal we do, any other multilateral deal that we do, we should be the beneficiaries. If they don't want it our way, probably we don't struck the deal at the end of the day. And how can we start adding value here on most of these products and sell to these markets? How can we improve all these standards of the products that we are selling out there so that we are at that global stage? We should, in my view, stop thinking, oh, this is what we have to do. But there are certain things we've not done. We've not improved the quality. Good enough, I talk about the training, the captain has emphasized it. We should train these people so that even our products are competitive at that stage. There is that level of reliability. But the degree of unreliability amongst us as Africans, we have some of those weaknesses. Okay, even when we're given an opportunity, some of these things have not come out the way they would have come out to compete at that stage.
As you end on that, Honorable told us that India is doing well in pharmaceuticals and medicine, and China in technology. What is it that represents Africa?
I think we have a lot. Many of these things are actually, they are present because...
Of course, these countries also have a lot, but at the least there is that one they front on the international market.
I would say in the sub-Saharan Africa mainly, we can talk about agriculture. And for example, Uganda, Ethiopia, we can talk about coffee.
Okay.
How do we improve that coffee and have a variety of value added upon to these varieties and compete globally.
Thank you. Our dear viewer, those images and pictures do you have on the screen? Yesterday, the President, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, hosted his guest state banquet, state dinner at Munyonyo Resort, Speak Resort yesterday. After the first presidential, the 19th non-aligned movement, Kampala Summit, that was in the evening. Those who are on the radio, we are having a very interesting conversation here about the non-aligned movement, and we're also live on TV, UBC TV, and we have a privilege and honor to have a Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga, and also Captain Francis Babu and Dr. Bill Nketo. We're taking a very short break and we're coming just a bit. I pray that you don't go away.
To the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to, you've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
The 38th NRM Liberation Anniversary is a day when we remember our countrymen and women who fought for 5 years to liberate Uganda from the political anarchy that had characterized our journey since 1962. The NRM government has registered a lot of achievements in democratization, prosperity for all, social services such as roads, health services, education, access to markets, among others. this year's celebrations will be held in Ginger City on Friday the 26th of January 2024 under the theme Building a Uganda that we all cherish. UBC will broadcast the event live on television and on all our radio networks.
Chimanyiddwa buli 14 February omwaka gwonna ebyala Valentine eyalunigenda kuba ndala nnyo. Tugenda kubeera mu Love Legends Valentine ne Victor Rose ku Kingdom Kampala ng'abanaakeerako okusasula bajja kusasula omutwalo gumu ate abalala emitwalo 2 VIP emitwalo 5 abanaakeerako okusasula emmeeza bajja kusasula kakadde ate wali ku mulyango $2,000,000 mujje twekuba ma love ku Kingdom Kampala ku Valentine's Day ne Victor Rose
nebiwagirwa Star TV
UBC inspiring Uganda.
Have you packed more with Harbour jelly and Harbour foam? Yes, we packed. It will protect your skin from skin rashes. More with pack. It is a new improved more with Harbour jelly. So soft and smooth. It is a more with Harbour jelly.
Tell me, kids, the sense. Any irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Herbal Jelly and Herbal Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
The energy of this land comes to life in dreams and memories. It lights up in these nights and leads us towards new horizons. It was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
Empowered by Africa.
Oryx service stations, powered by Africa.
Thank you. Hello, Eric. Come and see my new home.
Are you looking for the best quality paint for your dream home? Be part of the new revolution with our Global Paint Silk Vinyl that gives you beautiful, shining interior walls, as WeatherCoat gives you never fading and strongly guarded walls against bad weather conditions. Located along NAM Industrial Park, Global Paints, a reliable product.
Eno bwenumanga nywako kumiru time era nga nozako bwenva mutuliro mu mironga nywako mu ofisi ya kwafinera gyenonywerayo hydration time yeye kakwenywako the only water that can quench my thirst, yeah. Aquafina we are good. Aquafina hydration that is good with essential one good. Aquafina is my drinking water, my love.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Welcome back from that very short break. This is your extended edition of non-allied movement and Ground Zero on the other side of our radios. All our radio stations are tuning in, and we thank you for being part of us from the time we started our broadcast in the morning and other programs up to now, that we are still with you in this special edition of non-allied movement. I have a privilege and honor to have in the studios of UBC Honorable Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga, Captain Francis Babu, Dr. Bill Nketo, coming from Victoria University. Mpaide Amonoptega is my name. Significance of non-allied movement to the member states, but especially to the developing countries, and to be particular, Africans and Uganda. Today is the end of, or we're closing officially non-allied movement, 19th non-allied movement summit in Kampala. Would love to understand, generally we have been talking about how we have benefited as the country, significance as the hosting country Uganda, to Africans and to East Africa, but would now love to get to the global scale and understand about this non-allied movement. How does NAM balance its commitment to the non-alignment with the need for global economic and security partnerships in the multipolar politics, the blocks that we just mentioned, but also in the summit, if Honorable can help us take us through if there are those significant resolutions that we have agreed and consented to.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me first I probably take you back a bit about the food issues, the issue which President brought out. The images which come, and yet we are proud of being an agricultural continent. I think our problem is basically...
Are these pictures not taken from Africa?
Yes, yes, they are taken from Africa, and that's what I'm coming to. The problem might be more of logistical and supply chain issues, but not lack of what?
Of food.
Lack of enough food. Even here in the country, you just meet there is plenty. In Kasese, we grow maize, but there is hunger in Karamoja. So some of these are just...
someone who goes to Karamoja and is able to take those pics...
Exactly. But the food which they don't in Kasese can feed what? Karamoja. So some of these are supply chain issues, logistical issues, which we can solve. In 1986, I think Honorable Babu will remind me, because he has been in government for a long time, Uganda and Tanzania signed an agreement of butter trade, and Uganda was supposed to give Tanzania maize. Then America just came and gave them yellow maize free of charge and said, please leave the one of Uganda and take this free maize. So those are issues which we need to sort out. And Tanzania, the deal collapsed. I think they were supposed to give us wagons, something like that, transformers, and the deal collapsed. So that's how the big brothers come in to frustrate Africa.
And that can only happen in Africa.
Yes, that can only happen in Africa. Asia, it cannot happen. Because for the Asians, they
don't have enough food.
The Asians have come out strongly and said, no, this is enough. Actually, they steal their technology. They send their children there, just as the Honorable Francis has said, go and study their technology and come and do their own things. At the end of the day, they become superb. But let me come to what you asked. You asked me now. Yes, there are some resolutions which have come out. But also, as Uganda, now we are the chair. So one of the responsibilities which has been handed over to us now is to follow up on those resolutions. And then also to strengthen the cooperation even more. And I think for President Yoweri Museveni, just as you saw him talk, he has cut out a figure of being one of the best moderate people who can bring everybody together because of his non-aggressive nature of doing things. He's ready to negotiate with any person, even those who don't like him at any one time. And that's why even when he's fighting ADF in Congo, he's still saying those who are ready should do what? Should come out and we talk and we sort out these issues. So we have to follow up as Uganda on the resolutions that will be agreed on, and we also have now to strengthen the authority of NAM, and mainly as far as lobbying is concerned and the collective responsibility. There are so many issues which are happening on the globe now where nations need to really strengthen their positions. I would equate NAM to some caucus. NAM and G77, some caucus of some sort. If you are going to the UN and you have something which is being presented by a nation which is part of you, you caucus and agree that we have to support this nation. So I think those are things which we are going now to foster and assure they implemented. I am getting information that there are about 3 issues now which they are agreeing on. The issue of the two-state resolution of Israel and Palestine. They are agreeing on it, and they have to push for that resolution because it was passed by the UN, but Israel has refused to do what? To recognize it.
So what is NAM going to do in that case?
Obviously, NAM will continue pushing for it because it's a resolution by UN, and you are putting your voice very strong as a united bloc, and obviously you know that the big brothers might be having their own thinking, but we also as small brothers will have to say no. But this is also our thinking. Probably at a certain point it can yield the results, because the world is all about negotiation. You know, people shouldn't think you know why they are leaders is because they are problems. I think Honorable Babu was saying that they are leaders because they are problems, and there isn't at any one time that there will be no conflict in the world. But what we are doing in all these organizations, NAM, G77, the UN, is to minimize what? Conflict. But you cannot eliminate it completely, because human nature, just as Honorable Babu said, they want to dominate. Every human being, even in your home, you will see that you have to dominate to show them that you are the father, even when everybody knows
Not that you're the father.
you are the father. So human nature is like that. And then another issue I think which is coming out is the South African, this South African case. It seems by the end of the day, they may agree that I think this genocide must stop, either through those legal channels or negotiations. And I understand also there is a resolution on there's a conflict in China over the sea. I think, yes, they are also coming up with a resolution on that. Okay. But I think by end of day, we shall have the communique, and then those things
Thank
can
you,
be
Honorable.
public. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. Captain.
Yes, sir.
Azerbaijan has done its best and has handed over to Uganda. From 2024 to 2027, what is expected of Uganda? Especially when we are now having tensions among member states and major powers, what ways should the president or chairmanship of His Excellency, your President, and Uganda contribute fostering cooperation and dialogue?
Okay, let's get one point very clear. The non-aligned movement and all these other organizations work better when they're in New York. New York, when they have a General Assembly, they have 193 countries. During the debate there, these organizations still continue to work. For example, the NAM, all right, recently, when they were talking about ceasefire in the Palestinian and the Israeli war, that NAM worked very hard to make sure that they supported that in the General Assembly. And the General Assembly passed a resolution that they should stop fighting. Unfortunately, the Security Council, the big powers, vetoed that. Are you with me now? So the NAM will continue on that trajectory of trying to make sure that whatever they pass is done. For example, when you talk about the Israeli-Palestinian problem now, that conflict, there's nothing new. The United Nations many years ago, through the American helping, I think it was the president, when Yasser Arafat and the Prime Minister of Israel went and signed an agreement that they should have a two-state solution. It went to the United Nations. It was approved. It is on the table. It is Israel that has refused. Now, NAM is continuing with the same thing. It will continue, it will not stop. But the question now is that correct to continue with that? Or should NAM say, no, forget about the two-state solution, let's have Palestine? So the question now is, the NAM is continuing to virtually implore Israel and America so that they can accept the two-state solution. I was happy to hear that the Secretary of State, Blinken, has said to Israel that they cannot win the war, they've got to sit down and find a solution to the problem. And therefore NAM has also said, listen, let's have the two-state solution, which we agreed upon. My question is, when you hear people like Netanyahu saying he will not accept, then you wonder what should be the next step. So the President Museveni,
what? The two states
he said he will continue fighting Hamas until they are annihilated. They are off the face of the earth.
And also,
until they are defeated.
And also President Putin, was it yesterday, when he put it right and open to the whole world that they need to establish the Palestinian state and made it clear.
Yes.
So these two fronts.
I don't know whether I should meet Putin. He seems to be speaking my language. Now,
then the war is not about to end.
No, I'm sorry, but when somebody is bullying you all the time, you agree with him, let's have a two-state solution, then he keeps on saying no. Now, I wonder whether I should not go back and say, no, I don't agree with you also.
What is he talking about?
So, anyway, the whole point is very simple. By the way, I want you to get this point clear. We are not talking about religion here. We are talking about a country called Uganda, for example. All religions can stay here. All tribes can stay here. All races can stay here.
About humanity.
Yeah, we are talking about humanity. We are not talking about religion. People are playing around with religion and whatnot. It has nothing to do with religion. It's to do with Palestine in 1948, which was disturbed, and we have that problem until today. Eventually, somebody said, "Okay, let's give in. Let's have a two-state solution. Let's have it. If not, let's go back to 1948." Anyway, the whole point is very, very simple. The president has got a job to do, and one of the resolution. And we must salute South Africa for having gone to the international court. We must show these people that Africa wants the best for the world. You know, South Africa going to that court has proved to these people that Africa is the one which wants peace now. So Africans can create a world order. South Africa is an example. I want to congratulate the president of South Africa. The minister of International Relations, the doctor, she's called Grace Naledi Poba, I think, something like that. She has done a good job. And when she talks, she's got it on her fingertips. Now that shows you that Africa wants peace. Africa wants to have peace in the Middle East. By going to that court, they have proved to the big powers that Africa can bring about peace in the world. So don't you think that America and all these people should come to Africa and we help them to bring peace? I think time has come.
That they need to learn from us.
Yeah, they're learning from South Africa. And therefore, we must salute South Africa. And I'm glad that NAM is supporting the South African cause. And therefore, we must go behind South Africa on this issue. Not only that, we must also... The same South Africa, if you remember, went to Ukraine and Russia. Remember?
Yep.
The same South Africa.
A few months ago,
This has not ended. Maybe President Museveni now should help us to call these guys and say, listen, stop fighting. Let's find peace for the Middle East. That's the job they have put on his plate, and you'll have to do it, unfortunately.
Interesting.
Now, the other one, which is in the Southern Sea, very important. We're talking about Taiwan, basically, and all this between China and the United States. The Chinese islands and whatnot were taken by these people. Hong Kong, remember? Is Taiwan, Macau, all these. Say, when people talk, really, they should not think that we are stupid.
Where
you know what
was
is
China?
going on.
Where
What the
was
Americans are doing, they have taken some of these satellite islands and they have turned them into countries, and these countries are saying, we are not part of China. China is saying, no, you are part of us. All we want to do.
The same thing was with Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, no, it's coming to that. But basically, that is it is between America and China on some of those islands. And by the you must give Chinese a credit. When they took Hong Kong, they said, let's make it a satellite. They ring-fenced it. They left it with its capitalistic attitudes, and they are continuing. It is under China, but it's doing capitalistic work. So Guangzhou was created, and so on. When you read that area, you'll find that China is saying, let us work with you and make these places a safer place, and let's have security. Basically, that's what it is.
Thank you, Captain. Dr. Bill, Uganda's chairmanship under President Yoweri Museveni, and what strategies can we suggest for Uganda to employ to maintain the independence and neutrality? Remember, we are non-aligned amid these global competing blocks.
Thank you so much. Speaking of we are non-aligned, of course, we've been reached is a read out, but implementation certain time is quite hard because many of the members of NAM are already so inclined to the side of I don't want to call them controllers. There is a lot of hegemony where, you know, the big man syndrome rising from those countries there. So as a way forward, in my view, where lobbying is required, let it be done. Where, like the case of South Africa taking the issue to the International Court of Criminal Justice, I think those are some of the steps that we have. But lobbying is one way, because there is no way you're going to get to the Security Council without lobbying. It requires serious lobbying. It requires a lot of convincing, because that's when you're going to veto. Because it's good, we shall condemn, as NAM should be able to condemn. NAM should be able to cite out where there is fair, unfair treatment when it comes to trading. Should be able to, move in the sort of direction. There is a way we can't run away from, I may not say them all, the sustainable development goals, because every NAM member is a member of the what? Of the United Nations. Now, because they are members of the United Nations, I expect the resolution to align with certain sustainability, because a significant number of NAM members never beat the Millennium Development Goals. And right now, the trends, which I may not have on my fingertips right now, but for the few goals and targets within those goals, they don't point to whether by 2030 we shall have attained the sustainable development goals. So how do we do all this? I think the government should, the Ugandan government, because it's taking up the leadership, should grace itself for committing. There is something, though I don't have a lot of influence, maybe my seniors here do, the sitting secretariat, like we have the UN in New York, like we have some of its, like the G77 bodies sitting in different countries like Switzerland, the FAOs of this world, we need a sitting secretariat. I don't know how they can advocate for that, so that there is continuity. For example, Azerbaijan has just handed over the chair. Where is the continuity of some of this? Because there are certain things they said that can't end within the 3 years of their term. There is some level of continuity that you require from the Azerbaijan leadership that this leadership must take forward, and also implement new ones, because the current dispensation involves more. By the time Azerbaijan took power, Israel was not worrying with Palestine as they are right now. That is not only affecting the political dynamics of the things, but it's affecting the trade. It's affecting who you agreed to trade with initially. The alignment we are talking about, we know is not hard to implement to the sort of letter we want. We have big deals, partnerships. American companies in Asia, and they are employing billions with Marks and Spencer from the UK, in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, in Indonesia. Now, you really tread carefully via lobbying. You're not going to take a radical decision because all of a sudden you can become blank. And that's where I want to see the Ugandan government balancing, under the leadership of President, balancing how to deal with current controllers of both the UN controlling the trade, as well as empowering member states to accept certain deals. The warring parties within NAM to be sorted. I don't expect border closures going forward, like the case we have right now between Rwanda and Burundi, the case we had with Uganda. I expect smooth trading. You don't want a situation whereby your neighbors with Kenya, you're both NAM members on top of being EAC, but at one point in time, Kenya wakes up, they're like, no, we don't need any Ugandan for whatever reason, without further notice. Yet Uganda is going to let everything come through, and so many other activities. So I expect seamlessness in terms of to facilitate the political dynamic, the geopolitics of the world, to have that sort of influence. I also expect seamlessness in the trading. And I hope by the time we wind up, within 2 years, we shall see that it's giving us an account of what was left of Azerbaijan and what they picked up, and the initial stages of what is going to start as a result of the resolutions that are coming out of this. And probably within 5 years, we'll be proud to have taken leadership of this great summit.
Thank you, Dr. Bill. We're coming to close of our discussion because time is really not our side. But Honorable Kabyanga, President Museveni also yesterday said NAM was necessary from the time they were established in 1961, because it was an antidote by then of the racial popularization of the world at that time, the capitalist against the communist, but we still have that. Is it still the antidote, or it has been taken up by events, and there are some things that we really need to revise?
Yeah, obviously at that time, just as he said, the issue was communism and against capitalism. But there are so many dynamics now, so many other dynamics in the country. I think it has moved from capitalism against communism, but there are so many other conflicts now which are in the world that we still need to come together as NAM member states to sort out. There are technological issues right now which are trending in the world. We are now in the fourth industrial revolution, and there is a lot of cyber fraud, for instance, where countries must cooperate in order to curb that. There are so many issues of terrorism now. There are some countries which are sponsoring terrorism, where we need to come together and sort out all those conflicts. Now you have seen issues of conflicts, for instance, which is going on between Russia and Ukraine. They have nothing to do with communism and capitalism, because they were all in the same dispensation at one time, USSR, but now they are fighting. You see the issues of Palestine and Israel. They have nothing to do with communism and capitalism. It is now a fight for humanity. The Palestinians, just as Honorable Babu said, they need a state. But the Israelis also need a what? A state. That one has nothing to do with communism and capitalism. But it is still a global dynamic which has emerged in our time. And therefore, at any one time in history, NAM will be necessary because it will be solving problems of that time. So we have to congratulate.
When it adapts to the changes of the current events.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. You know, we have to congratulate those ones who came up with with that grouping. Though their main aim was to neutralize communism and capitalism, but there are so many other challenges which are emerging that still need countries to come together, and therefore they will set the agenda according to the times. At any one time, NAM will be having an agenda to solve, and therefore it will continue being necessary so long as we continue being called states. But you should also know that now it has left sort of that political angle to an economic angle. We are now trying to form economic blocks, and any gathering now that comes up, any outfit thinks economically, thinks in terms of technological advancement, and therefore it is still very, very necessary. And probably I could also ask my brother, the lecturer, NAM has a bureau, a coordinating bureau in New York. It has a coordinating bureau in New York. They call it a coordinating bureau. I think they fell short of calling it a secretariat because it would be very, very expensive to handle.
Where Ambassador Adonia is going to be.
Exactly, where Ambassador Adonia is going to be. So but that bureau obviously now will be supervised by Uganda. But the bureau has permanent staff and the like. But here in the country now, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I think, is going to set up a desk to coordinate the
staff.
Yes, and to coordinate the activities. Okay. But it is an honor for His Excellency the President to be chairman of NAM for 3 years, and you should know that there will be a lot of activities because those 3 years there are so many meetings, and normally the meetings follow where the chair is. Okay. So it will be just a beehive of activities, of meetings, of negotiations, but it is still very necessary. That NAM is very, very necessary.
All right.
Yeah.
NAM is very necessary, Captain Babu.
Yes.
Non-aligned movement in line with climate change.
Yes.
Deepening cooperation for a shared global affluence. Climate change does not affect those member states which are in the global south, but it is also affecting those that are in the global north.
More than even the south. Now, this is the irony of things. We have a lot of organizations. For example, we are talking about environment. We have international meetings on environment alone. Very, very big. COP. Yeah, COP, and so on and so forth. Let me go back. Remember, I told you earlier on, and you know very well, that NAM was a political organization when it started to try and stay in the middle of people who were pulling left, right, and center. So being political, it therefore has got all these other things which do affect the political well-being. What is politics? The management of society. And therefore, all the management of environment, government, conflicts and whatnot would fall under that umbrella. But not only that, other organizations directly affecting, for example, the environment have had a lot of work. Now, whenever they have this meeting, the NAM group meet to try and harmonize their input. And it has helped them quite a lot in United Nations, in those organizations I'm talking about, because they continue to be together. The same people are members of all these organizations, and therefore NAM helps to try and harmonize positions on issues. For example, like the one of now going to the International Court, the one of the Southern Chinese Sea, and then of course the one whereby you have agreed with me that Africa now has to set the agenda to have world peace. These guys have failed. They're all pulling each other. They're even fighting over wheat. So the time has come for Africa, using this organization like NAM, to try and set the agenda for world peace. And when you talk about environment, environment is so important for the world peace that if we don't look at it, it deals with food, it deals with the generations to come, it deals, for example, there's something you people don't talk about, the nuclear waste, which these people keep on throwing in oceans. They take them to even countries. They pay countries to throw nuclear waste there. Now that environment, can you imagine nuclear waste being brought to Uganda here and thrown in one part of our country? Now, these are all very important issues that we must look at, and therefore the agenda, whenever they are looking at all these different organizations, NAM must help us to harmonize the position of all these countries that are
talking
members.
about harmonizing, 63 years down the road,
yes,
since 1961 when it was formed,
yes,
by the first summit, we had 25 member states attending.
Yes.
We have increased the membership from 25 to 121
yes,
if South Sudan is
yes,
brought on board. We're extending in number, but less of the results.
No, we're getting results. For example, the whipping of people in the United Nations to vote against the war in Palestine was very important. We were vetoed in the Security Council, but NAM had managed to whip people to agree in the General Assembly to vote against that war, that people should stop. Now, you cannot say that there's a lot of things they have done, and the people who would give you those statistics, people like His Excellency, our ambassador in New York, he has got the numbers of what NAM has done.
Ambassador Adoni.
Yeah, Adoni. He will give you those figures. They have done a good job up to now. And I want to tell you, by the way, they even helped. For example, the breaking down of Yugoslavia is not a joke. A lot of people have looked at it, but they've never sat down to say, wait a minute, what happened to Yugoslavia? You know? And this was part of NAM. Now, we are concerned, the big powers were involved in the breakage of Yugoslavia. NAM kept on saying, please, please, please. You see, now we are saying, please, we agreed on two-state solution, let's have it. And the guys are saying, no, we are not having it. We are going to finish you. Now what do you want me to say? I'm saying, let's have Palestinian back if you don't want a two-state solution. You know? So you see, we've got to understand what is going on, and people like our ambassadors who are in this thing, who have been working very hard to try and convince the big powers that please let us go slowly on some of these issues. They are working very hard through that bureau you've just been told about. They are working very hard through the G77, which is coming next week, to try and convince this so that we can have a good world order.
Interesting. Thank you, Captain. Time is not on our side. I would request Dr. Bill to give final comments as we wrap up our discussion.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the government of Uganda. I think I did as soon as you know, bringing all those people here, and the fact that we are able, you know, 120 countries, and you have the 19th summit. It's a big deal. So you're having access to resources in terms of partnerships who are coming from all over the place. I hope we're going to take advantage of that. But above all, we're going to have great influence to the world, positive influence to the world. And I hope we are able to grace ourselves and take this with two hands and create the sort of order that we require. And Uganda being at the helm, I think it's such a big deal. It causes opportunities. The world starts looking at us differently. And I hope that it does on the socio-economic development side of things, because that's very, very important. It doesn't matter how much influence you have, but when locally or in most countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, the people are not employed, people are starving, there are logistical issues, they can't get the food like I know we indicated, for example, for the case of Uganda, and so many other countries that don't have such resources. So I hope this comes in to cause influence locally, cause influence regionally, and probably and on the bigger geopolitical sort of stage, so that there is a significant gain in terms of trade, politically, and socio-economic development, because we should have certain changes. We've moved to a higher level of perceiving all these things, and there is reality that everyone has to see. So that's my submission, and I'm so hopeful that the outcomes of NAM are going to just trickle into the G77 plus China, because at the end of the day they have to meet in the UN General Assembly and see, because the majority are a member of the two, and that should take us to.
As you also conclude on that,
they should give us a veto in the Security Council.
The Security Council.
Africa and Asia must have a veto in the Security Council. Of course, they've got China, but Africa should have that veto power.
Interesting. I was taking your comment on your expectations of G77 summit.
I expect. You know, the millennium, sorry, the Sustainable Development Goals discussions. I hope there is something they have for that on issues pertaining health, issues pertaining, you know, eliminating. You know, it's not easy to eliminate, but eliminating poverty, because poverty eradication is mission critical, one of the SDGs. Strategies coming out of that should take us to the next level. You expect a good health system, environmental degradation should be talked about. You just indicated a while ago, the South has a right to reserve whatever they have to reserve, the North doesn't have to. So I expect to talk the reservation of these water bodies. There is a lot that I expect globally, so that you know, green technologies are embraced. We talk about green technologies. We talk about green bonds, things like that. You know, investment into smart technologies, agriculturally. I hope some of these issues will come up, and there will be certain good resolutions that should be able to fulfill.
Thank you, Bill.
Just want to give you a very quick quotation. Minister of Economics of France stood up and complained bitterly against President Macron and said, the problem with you, Mr. President, you're opening the eyes of Africans. Our future generation will not have enough money. The French will begin to go to Africa to look for jobs instead of Africans coming here to look for jobs.
He did say that.
Oh, yes. Minister of Economics in France.
That will happen in the next few decades, by the way.
What he's saying is that we need a new world order. Thank you.
The expectations, Captain, you also expectations on G77 summit that is starting.
Oh, that's a very important thing, because that's talking about development, that's talking about trade, that's talking about the population in the world is increasing. In East Africa, with all those countries we have over 300 million people. We want to know how we can handle them. We want to know how we can make them trade. Our people actually trade without even rules. If you go to our borders, the trade is going on. We need to improve this. We need to make our people believe in their own countries. Therefore, the G77, with all the international trade that we require, we want to find out, for example, we don't want our coffee commodities to be decided in London. Let's deal country to country. If our coffee can be bought by Syria or can be bought by Taiwan, let us go directly and sell it to them, instead of a commodity group sitting in London in beautiful houses and deciding the price of our coffee. That is what we would like to see in G77.
It's our prayer indeed, and we expect to see that in G77. Honorable Kabyanga, your final remarks.
Obviously G77 is more...
On NAM, as you conclude on NAM.
On NAM, first of all, I would like to thank the population of Uganda for the cooperation they have shown during these the two conferences, the speakers and NAM, and I think the resolutions favor the developing countries. We must show solidarity to our people who are suffering. And I'd like also to thank the member states for accepting President Museveni to chair NAM for the next 3 years. And I would also like to thank President Museveni for accepting to be the chair. And I strongly believe he's going to perform to the expectation of NAM. But as Ugandans, we are going to support him to ensure he performs. And now to the G77, for it is more of economics. It is an economic bloc. And I would like to see a situation where these non-tariff barriers can go. I'd like to see free movement of goods, services, and people of any of these groupings, whether it is East African Community, whether it's the African Union, whether it is G77. So long as there are still these barriers, we may not do much. But I would also like us to look at what President His Excellency Ruto said, global financing. Because if we should go out of economic colonialism, we must talk about global financing. But I would also like to see technological transfer moving without any hindrance. And just as Honorable Boa said, I think we also need to train our people. We should actually call those people to come and train us, and then we become a bit independent.
For free, or you can...
No, we can pay. We can pay. We can pay.
You know, in Singapore,
we can pay.
We
can pay.
He took them to the best universities and
yes, okay. But also mindset. We should work on the mindset of our people. You know, South Korea was also here at the same level with us at independence. But when you look at how they are working, you just see that it's an issue of mindset. It is a country which is 70% a rock. There is no coffee. They don't grow coffee, but they are among the best exporters of coffee. The 10 biggest exporters of coffee. They just import coffee from Uganda, Ethiopia, Indonesia, and they go and they process it and export the finished product. So mindset, here we can do a lot, and we have the capacity, we have the human resource. You can, even when you go to America, you'll even meet Ugandans who are inventing so many things. IT, for instance, we have gone very far, but our people are not probably financed to develop their platforms and then commercialize and protection.
All right.
Yeah. So I expect in G77 all these things to be discussed.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I'm glad that you're talking about mindset change, and from your office, national guidance, I believe that you would help us on that. That brings us to the end of our conversation. I want to thank you, our dear viewer, for being part of us, and our dear listener from the other side of radio. It was a special edition of UBC Ground Zero, and specifically dedicated to Non-Allied Movement Summit that is going to be officially closed today. It was a privilege having you, Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga, on this very important panel, educating the people of Uganda. Thank you so much, Captain Francis Babu.
Yeah, by the way, I forgot, today is my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. We should sing for you.
Yes. So that's why we are going to set the world order. So, Mr. President,
so is the cake.
I wish we knew that when we were starting the program, would have cut the cake. Thank you so much, Bill, for making time to this edition. And thank you, the team that I worked with, and the entire country, and also those people who are part of the organization to make sure that non-allied movement is a success.
What did the president, the black president of America, he said it can be done.
Indeed,
yes,
it can be done.
Yes, he said yes, we can. Yes, we
this
can.
brings us to the end of our conversation. Thank you, the people of Uganda, and please take still the guidance from the Honorable Minister. Keep smiling. Our visitors are still here. And I would endeavor to do that as well. I am smiling until they leave. Thank you so much for God and my country. I'm Paid Amon of Tega. Allow me now to sign out.